ready when you are.
Give me a few minutes.
Yeah, take all the time you need.
Thank
I'm ready
you.
when you are. I'll be standing over there by the window. You just get my attention and I'll disappear.
Okay.
And then I'll start your countdown and I'll whisper to you, Terry, do you see your countdown? And just give me a nod or a wave. And when it hits 0, you're good. Thank you.
Hey, Miss Terry,
Yes.
did y'all decide if y'all want to do 9 or not? I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. As long as he reports to us every month, that's the key to me.
Are you good with 9? Check with. Watch this one.
You can't kill that? You can kill that, by the way.
If everybody would take their seats, please. If everybody would please take their seats. If everyone would please take their seats. Thank you so much. We have all this new sophisticated electronic equipment, so I have to be able to hear them tell me that they're getting ready to start. So I thank you for reducing the volume so that I could hear that. John, I can't hear you. Okay, we're ready. I would like to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Ascension Parish Council on June 17th in our beautiful new council chambers in the city of Gonzales. We have a very long agenda tonight. The agenda will be dealt with in the order in which it has been posted. We will have the first item, of course, will be the call to order, the invocation and pledge. I'll ask that everyone stand and remain standing, and I'm going to ask Coach Thomas if he will please lead us in the invocation, followed by the pledge.
Let us all bow our heads. Most Heavenly Father, as we come, Lord, at this hour in the evening, we come to say thank you, Lord, for the many blessings that you bestowed upon each of us. We pray, Lord, that you would bless us, guide us through this meeting tonight, and Father, we ask, Lord, that you look upon this parish of Ascension. We pray, Lord, for each and every councilman. We pray for our president. We pray for the administration. We pray, Lord, that you allow us to gather ourselves together. We pray, Lord, that you would continue to bless us. Allow us to continue to be one of the best parishes in the state of Louisiana. We pray, Lord, that you able us to bind together. I say, Lord, one team, one heartbeat. Bless us and keep us, Lord. We thank you so much for everything. Guide this meeting. Have it to be what you want it to be. And Lord, as we leave this place tonight, each of us, allow each of us to get home safe and sound tonight to our families. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Secretary, I think I see everybody. Yep, everyone is here. Thank you very much. There will be a chair's addition and an item upon which we will pass. I'm asking for a chair's addition of the approval for the Parish of Ascension to submit a grant application to the State of Louisiana Recreational Trails Program to extend a proposed bike trail along Highway 44 from the Mississippi River Levee to the parking area adjacent to Ralph's Supermarket, and to authorize Parish President Quintmont to sign and execute all documents pertaining to application and/or Patrick Goldsmith, the CFO. This item will be taken up under item 8C. Thank you. I have a motion and a second to add this to the agenda. I remind you that this decision has to be unanimous. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. I will mention to you all that there is a public comment period ahead of any ordinance or during any ordinance. So if there's something that you would like to speak on, and there are obviously 43 people here who want to speak, you will be called upon at the appropriate time to do that. You will be reminded, and I do that now, that we are all here, all citizens of this great parish, that we all care about each other deeply, and that we need to be respectful. Applauding is not appropriate, jeering is certainly not, and any other outbursts are inappropriate. So I thank you in advance for allowing us all to function in a very highly civil and appropriate decorum. Thank you so much. The first item several wonderful items celebrating some children in our parish. Item 5, presentations. A, certificates of achievement, Ascension Flight Soccer Club 07, Boys Blue competition, 2 state champions. And Councilman Lawler, if you'll handle those boys, I'd appreciate it.
New technology.
That is so cool.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to announce these boys, but I will tell y'all they are the 2007 Comp B state champions. At the beginning of the season, they made us proud because they represented Ascension Parish, they represented their parents, and they represented themselves exceptionally. And 2021, geez, they're the 2007 age is their age group. But in 2021, yes. Yes, it's very, look, it gets confusing, let me tell you. True. But they represented us as a community excellently. And then when they won state, they represented our entire state. And they did it with integrity, they did it with maximum effort constantly, and they did it with a lot of fun. And they were fun to watch every day. They were fun to watch practice. So I'm very excited to be doing this. So I'm going to call them in. I don't know if everybody was able to make it, though. Asa Gooden. Nope, wasn't able to make it tonight, but we'll save that one for him. Austin Wilson. Come on up.
These you can applaud. Please.
You got the swagger.
Yeah, where do I go now?
You can just go stand right over there. Don't cause any trouble. Bradley Landry. Come on, Big Brad. There you go, my man. Great job. Caleb Barrow. Good job, buddy. You gotta be a better way. Camden Stevens. Come on, Cam. Love the hair. Good job, bud. Carter Arsenault. Oh, thank you. Now, come on, put a smile on that face, man. Dylan Spansel. Garreton Savoy. There he is. Way to go. Sorry. Grayson Smith. Jace Fierro. That's good. He would have knocked me over if he ran up here, if y'all know him. Jacob Amy. What's up, buddy? Lane Talley. Come on, Lane. Noah Bloom. Oakley Rutson. Thank you, bud. Peyton Carmondale. Remington Meisner. Remy. Oh, Remy. Tommy Frazier. There you go, man. Trevor Russell. Trevor breaks a finger pretty much every other game at goalie. He's got 2 of them right now. Oh, maybe. Oh. Okay, we're missing a couple more. Jaeger Lawler. I know that kid. We should have one. Stop. Oh, we got one here. No, we I don't know what happened. Chase Ring, get up here. Man, you're something special. So. We'll get you one later, buddy. All right. We're not going to forget the team manager. She did a great job all season keeping these boys in line, keeping the coaches in line, keeping the parents informed. Liza Talley. There she is. No, thank you. Yes. And Coach Steve Ring, he did a great job. Here. I'd like you to say one or two things about this team. You can put this on. It's like a beautiful necklace. It's like Fabergé. Yeah, you can hold it.
Just hold it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, first and foremost, thank you so much, Mr. Aaron and council. We appreciate everything. What a great opportunity that these boys have. Should I just hang this on? Maybe. Can you hear me? You can hear me? Okay. Okay, good. These boys, just real quick, these boys 3.5, 4 years ago, honestly, didn't win a single game. And their dedication and their drive, the determination, the pain, the growing, the everything that comes with being a boy has happened to these boys. And they have overcome some major hurdles, and I am probably the most proud coach on the planet right now. They had a remarkable season. We won the state championship, went to Decatur, Alabama, and we didn't have the game-winning hoorah like we thought we were, but the experience was like no other. So thank you so much to Ascension Flight, to our parish, to our parents, to our community for believing in soccer, the best game ever played. I know a lot of people don't think that. I know it's usually baseball, but soccer is these boys. So please give them a round of applause and for all their hard work.
Come on, Chase. Get up on your tiptoes and restart with me.
Come on, boys, quickly.
Stick around. We got mine. Did you ever get our boy off? The one I sent you?
We still working on it.
Still working?
He should get out there.
Yeah, I'm in family court with her right now.
All right, so last minute I was told I was going to MC the girls team. So the 2006 Girls Blue Flight, this is their second time representing our state. They did it once 3 years ago. So this is their second time representing our parish, and coached most of these girls when they were younger. They fight hard. They've been improving over the years. So glad to see them here. Glad that they got to get this experience again. So I'll go ahead and call your names. Oh, that one's first. Alina Kravstad. Ava Glover. Ava Lambert. Devin Hope. Emma Woodring. Good job, Emma. Gabby Bouquet. Did I pronounce that right? J.C. Johnson. Kendall Wagasback. Not mine. I said not mine, but love you. Lillian Oakwan. LG3. Madeline Oakwan. Madison Godin. Godey. Mallory Samra. Yeah, wow. Mallory Sutton. Good job, girl. Nina Tomplay. Good job, Nina. Shelby Vowell. Not here. Taylor Cordy. Vivian Savoy. And last but not least, Ada Wagner.
That's his.
That is mine. And team manager. Sorry. You got him. Frank Hope. And head coach, Sean Carty. Thank you. All right. You just hold it if you want.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank Council. Thank you for the amazing accomplishment and recognition for the tournament we attended. I'm a man of very few words. I'm used to addressing a group of girls, so the big room's a little different. But no, for the last, say, 5 to 10 years, I've coached most of these girls. Every year it's been a different challenge. Every year it's been different accomplishments. So extremely proud of who they've become and who they will become. These are definitely future leaders of the parish. This is our last year playing together, so it was bittersweet to go off with an amazing win like we did. So thank you again. Thank you.
That one has been passed on. She's going to go to Dynasonville. She prefers to.
No, I mean, well, the next one, D.
Are they here? You're going to do that one?
Well, they're here, yeah. Yeah, they're here. Okay. But I know the parapresident usually read them. Is he reading them or are we doing this one?
Okay. Well, you want to get somebody else to read them?
was just
Chase will read them. Oh, it's just one? Okay.
Yeah, that's no. I'm saying I know the parish president usually reads
Okay,
for the
okay.
days. Is he
Yeah.
reading this one or not?
Yeah, I think you will. All right, thank y'all so much. Item C is being passed. That item will be taken up in Donaldsonville at our next meeting. And item D is a proclamation to proclaim Lucien Troop Perkins Day in Ascension Parish. This was requested by Councilman Turner, and I believe that the proclamation will be read by the parish president, or okay. Do we have it? All right, it's on the thing. So we'll let Councilman Turner read it. Travis, do you need that fancy microphone?
At the proclamation, whereas Lucien Cornelius Troop Perkins was born on July 1st, 1946 in Burnside, Louisiana, to the union of Dan Perkins and Margaret Lindsay Perkins, along with his siblings Louis, Lawrence, Barbara, Linda, Albertine, Dan Jr., Carl, and Irma. Whereas Troop Perkins married Imelda Brown on January 7, 1967 in Donaldsonville, and together they raised two daughters, Andrea, born in 1967, and Natasha, born in 1973. And whereas Troop Perkins spent more than 30 years as a shipping supervisor, was passionate about training and riding horses, and making and selling his famous JLK smoked sausage, after spending a lifetime perfecting the recipe. Whereas Troop Perkins was well known in Ascension Parish as the man on the dancing horse in so many parades, rodeos, and trail rides. Whereas Troop Perkins' true passion were his faith and his family. He was a Christian man who attended Word of Life Christian Center, and he was a loving and devoted husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, whose main desire was to provide a wonderful life for his family. Whereas Lucien Troop Perkins passed away on Wednesday, April 7, 2021, at the age of 74, after having lived a fulfilled Christian life and was well loved by all who knew him. Now, therefore, Travis Turner, on behalf of Clint Quintmore, President of the Parish of Ascension, State of Louisiana, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim April 17th, 2021 as Lucien Troop Perkins Day in Ascension Parish, and ask all who knew and loved him to cherish his memory and is laid to his eternal rest.
Item 6, the parish president's report. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council.
Thank you.
Tonight's parish president's report will focus on two issues. First, a storm update. Once again, we're facing an incoming tropical weather system. While the system is not very organized yet, parish government is taking all precautions. Today, we partially activated our Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, and completed our first command call with all local government agencies. Yesterday, we opened all our sandbag locations. That information is regularly updated via press releases and social media. We are currently monitoring Henderson, Sorrento, and Marvin Bro pumping stations, and those will be activated as necessary. The pumps and the cuts in the road at Alligator Bayou will remain open and operational as long as possible. This area is still active construction site, and our DPW crews have been working tirelessly around the clock. Tomorrow, Ascension Parish government will file our declaration of emergency with the clerk of court in the morning. Ascension Parish residents can bring large animals to Lamar Dixon starting on Friday. The parish government will continue with normal operating hours, with the exception that our EOC will have extended hours throughout this event. I encourage all of our residents to stay weather aware, prepare for the worst, and hopefully, especially our residents who are still dealing with the flooding from the May 17th, that we do not receive any more rain than we have the capacity to retain, which in some areas is minimal. Please monitor the weather, and you can stay informed with the parish government and on our Facebook pages. Secondly, my proposal to enact the 12-month moratorium on future subdivision of property. If you look closely at our three biggest problems, transportation, drainage, and lack of recreation space, they all have one thing in common. The root cause stems from our failure to properly manage growth. We can't honestly keep growing at this rate and sustain the quality of life we desire for our constituents and our families. We are currently at $1.2 billion behind on transportation infrastructure needs alone. Based on some quick math by Ricky Compton, Plantation Creek subdivision, for example, pays approximately $5,384 a year and a 2 mil property tax designed to fund general government operations. If we transferred 100% of that 2 mil property tax dedicated to the cost of the parish will incur milling and overlaying roads located inside Plantation Creek, the parish would have enough money to overlay them once every 37.3 years. Yet we know these roads will need to be overlaid once every 20 years. Stated differently, if we no longer funded general government operations with this revenue and shifted to just maintain roadways, at 20 years the parish would be short $93,000. Regarding our drainage, if you take the area where Old Mill and Plantation Creek are located as an example, south of 74, east of 73, north of Cornerview, and west of I-10, in 1998 there were only 50 homes in this 589-acre area. Today, the same area now has 740 homes. In 1998, 77,000 gallons of water during a 1-inch rain became runoff. Today, 1.6 million gallons of water during a 1-inch rain becomes stormwater runoff. So, let me say that again, because that's staggering numbers. 1998, 77,000 gallons. Today, 1.6 million gallons. And not a single improvement to the single natural drainage canal in this area has been made, nor any significant improvements made to the transportation network. This is just a small example of what has happened all across the East Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, it is simple. If you dig a hole and it's in the wrong place, digging it deeper is not going to help. My reasons for calling for a 1-year moratorium are simple yet complex. 1, I want to develop a comprehensive plan for growth and development that ties all of our different plans into one seamless and usable document. I want to reform the subdivision approval process so that we restore the people's trust. And lastly, I want to bring about a culture change in our approach to development. It can no longer be solely about building quality developments. It has to be about building quality developments and how they contribute to a quality community. Because of this magnitude of this issue and the large amount of public input anticipated, I'm requesting the Parish Council make this item first on the agenda tonight. I'm also requesting that the Council adopt the proposed amendments to my original ordinance that were added based on the Council's recommendations. I would like to discuss and debate this document titled Revised in its entirety. After full discussion and debate, I would like an up or down vote on my proposal. If my proposal is not successful, of course the Council has the authority to take their proposed plan. Let me close by saying that I truly believe this is an opportunity to score a win for parish government. A win as big, if not bigger, than the sewer deal. The decision we make in the next 12 months will dictate the type of community we become in the next 20 to 30 years. This issue is simply too important to rush, and it requires the help of subject matter experts with the experience of working with jurisdictions similar to Ascension Parish. We cannot afford to get this wrong. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Let me see if I'm... Barely see. We're trying.
All right, it's showing you on now.
All right. Do I? All right. Can you hear me now? Thank you. It seemed it was doing okay earlier, but it looks like I'm going to have to lean into it a little bit. So, Mr. President, I appreciate your request to move this item. I'm going to ask you to be patient with us tonight. We have a big agenda. We have families and people who are here that this issue is not about what they're here for. So I want those people to be able to get our business done, and they will go home. And those who want to deal with this issue, and obviously need to, all of us will be here. So I'm not going to do a change for that reason. We will also have, there are some parliamentary issues, which we've already discussed with the parliamentarian about how we substitute. And so I'm going to lean heavily on our parliamentarian, Allison, when we get to that agenda item. And we're going to let her be our guide so that what we do is procedurally correct. Okay. This is that important. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Item 7, the consent agenda. The secretary will read.
Adoption of May 6, 2021 regular council meeting minutes. Adoption of May 20, 2021 regular council meeting minutes. Approval of cooperative endeavor agreement with Volunteer Ascension in the amount of $25,000. Approval of request for contribution to Greater Baton Rouge Food Bank in the amount of $2,500. Approval of engineering design services per attached proposal from ADG Baton Rouge LLC for the new sewer line and lift station for Unit 2 and electrical design services for lift station equipment at the Ascension Parish Jail in the quoted amount of $28,500. Renewal of cooperative endeavor agreement between the LSU Agricultural Center and the parish to ensure that Louisiana's Cooperative Extension Service continues to provide 4-H youth development programs both relevant and useful. Total amount of $50,000. Amendment number 2 to master contract between CSRS and Ascension Parish government to extend the original contract term by an additional 120 days through October 8th, 2021 for an additional amount of $80,000 for a new total contract not to exceed $430,000. Amendment number 1 to contract for professional services between Lofton Industrial Services LLC and the Parish of Ascension for additional services for the jail, recreation, and maintenance department for an additional amount of $78,000. Total contract amount not to exceed $108,000. Bid quote items to accept lowest responsive bid as follows: Roddy Road clearing and grubbing bid, LA Contract and Enterprise LLC, $278,023.50. Roddy Road intersection improvements, Merritt, Evans, Duval, and Norwood Road bid, Richard Price Contracting Company LLC, $304,667.45. Department relocation and renovations, Ascension Parish Governmental Complex, renovating the interior of the existing clerk of court's office, 2,600 square feet, to provide new facilities for the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. ASA Contractors, Inc., $191,640. Ascension Parish Utilities District Water Risk and Resilience Contract, RFP, AARC Consultants, LLC. Request for approval of a 60-day no-cost extension to extend the contract with Gresham Smith for the LA 73 at LA 621 intersection relocation traffic study, deadline from June 12, 2021 to August 11, 2021. Amendment to a reduction of the construction inspection contract with MB Design Consultants by $80,000. This $80,000 would be moved to the CDBG sewer improvements contract. Resolution to request Finance Department to submit a budget amendment transferring all remaining funds from the wastewater fund to the mega infrastructure fund. Amendment to contract with Hartman Engineering in the amount of $35,700 for quality control, quality assurance for the transfer of assets to NWI. Request for Parish Legal Counsel to review sewer ordinances for potential revisions per recent approval of sale of East Bank sewer assets.
I was going to just ask. So, Mr. Hojron, which 2 items would you like to remove?
Items L and M, please.
chair would entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda minus items L and M.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. Now, item L, we can take up now, I would think, under general business. We'll do that as D, and we'll do M as E. Okay, gentlemen? General business, item 8A, notice of consideration of action to call an election to authorize the renewal of the levy and collection of an existing ad valorem tax for the purpose of maintaining and supporting the Ascension Parish Public Health Center. Mr. Malcolm Duca.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council.
Good evening, Malcolm.
I'm required to read this proposition, and then I'll just give a little bit of background to it.
Thank you.
It says pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 42:19.1, it says notice of consideration of action regarding an ad valorem tax. Notice is hereby given that the parish of Ascension, State of Louisiana, will meet on Thursday, July 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m. at the Courthouse Annex Council Meeting Room, 828 South Irma Boulevard, second floor. It's really changed. It ought to be here now.
We'll make sure that happens.
At which time there will be consideration of action regarding calling an election to authorize the renewal of the levy and collection of an existing ad valorem tax for the purpose of maintaining and supporting the Ascension Parish Public Health Center. What this applies to is there is presently in existence a 2 mil 10-year ad valorem tax that supports public health. That tax is expiring this year, and what this does is put in motion the mechanism to have this tax put on a ballot in November for renewal. So this doesn't require a vote, but what will happen is at the July 15th meeting, a resolution will be presented to the council for its consideration to put this on the November ballot.
Thank you, sir. It's had a motion and a second to approve. Are there any objections? I've got some speakers here. Mr. Ogeron.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that was from the previous issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's okay. Good enough. All right. So there are no speakers. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item B, approval for the Ascension Parish Council to adopt a citizen participation plan for the purpose of the Community Development Block Grant Program projects. Ms. Hermina Irvin, the Interim Grants Officer. Good evening.
Good evening. Requesting the council approval to adopt a citizen participation plan in order to comply with Section 508 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 as amended, and for the purpose of the community development block grant projects.
The chair would entertain a motion to approve. Have a motion and a second. And are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. Senator, if you don't mind tonight, I'm not going to repeat who made the motions. If you can catch them, I'd appreciate it. I'm trying to be a little more deliberative tonight. Item C. Item C was the chair's addition. It is, I'm going to go back to read that. Approval for the Parish of Ascension to submit a grant application to the State of Louisiana Recreational Trails Program to extend a proposed bike trail along Highway 44 from the Mississippi River Levee to parking area adjacent to Ralph's Supermarket, and to authorize Parish President Clint Quintmaw to sign and execute all documents pertaining to application and/or Patrick Goldsmith, CFO, for the financial documents. Have a motion and a second to approve. Are there any questions? I do want to mention that this was added tonight because this had to be done by tomorrow. So I appreciate the indulgence of the council. Thanks so much. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you, Hermione. Item D is pulled from the consent. Item L, a resolution to request the Finance Department to submit a budget amendment transferring all remaining funds from the wastewater fund to the mega infrastructure fund. This was a recommendation by the Utilities Committee. Mr. Ogeron, I think you had a question.
Thank you, ma'am. Mega Infrastructure Fund. My apologies, but I'm not fully vested in exactly what the intention is of this Mega Infrastructure Fund. And I think that after polling several council members earlier in the week, there were many of us that were also unaware of the intent or the creation of this fund. So I'm going to suggest that we table both this item and 9B, the introduction of the ordinance, until our next council meeting, giving us all the opportunity to learn more about what the Mega Infrastructure Fund is. So I guess that would be my motion before the council.
I have a motion and a second to table until there can be further discussion on this matter. Are there any objections to that?
Objection.
I have one objection. So would you please open the voting? Somebody remind me, is there something I need to do here to get my screen to go to the voting?
Yours doesn't show it.
I'll look on with you. All right, so there were 5 yeas and 6 nays, so that does not pass. And so we will take this up.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Are we going to have an objection to that?
Objection.
Have an objection, so we'll need to close the voting and reopen the voting.
Well, can I have questions? I'd like to have
Sure,
questions.
absolutely.
I'd like to ask questions as far as, those folks that voted nay. I mean, obviously that you're aware of what this Mega Infrastructure Fund is. I'd like to have somebody explain to the council and to the public out there what y'all plan on doing with this $9.5 million we just got, and how are we going to safeguard it to make sure that it's going to be spent solely for the purposes that we promised the people when they voted for it.
I will say that I had heard the name, but I'm not familiar, so I would like an explanation as well.
Chairs Utilities, I'd like to answer.
Absolutely. Unless Mr.
Chase can go
Chase is good. All right. Chase, take it away.
My microphone, please.
I'll get you. Where are you? There you go.
So this was on the May and June Utilities Committee agenda. We brought it in May. Councilman Lawler, myself, Waggesback, and Councilman Thomas, we made even stricter revisions. The language was not tight enough, so we added everything that's in blue on item, I forget what it was, for the introduction. And as far as to what it goes and how we're going to protect it, the specific language, the Mega Infrastructure Fund was created for the purpose of improving the infrastructure and capital assets of the parish as it relates to transportation, drainage, and recreational needs. As such, the funds of the Mega Infrastructure Fund shall only be used in the construction of capital assets and infrastructure projects, including but not limited to recreation parks, transportation, and for the safety widening of roads, intersection improvements, bridge construction, upgrade, federal highway interchanges, transfer into the Ascension Parish Move Ascension program, and drainage for the dredging of canals, improvement and/or addition of the Ascension Parish levee protection systems, or construction of regional detention area. However, the funds can only be used for construction items considered direct costs such as labor, material, equipment, and land, which are incorporated into the capital asset or infrastructure. No funds are to be used for professional services such as engineering, feasibility study, architectural services, unless those services can qualify as matching funds on any project, state, federal.
No funds are to be used for the construction of parish-owned buildings designed for administrative functions, salaries of current or future parish employees, nor any cost incidental, indirect, or general and administrative in nature. The funds may also be used as matching funds to any state and federal funds for parish projects which involve construction of capital assets or infrastructure. The funds shall not be moved out of the mega infrastructure fund without a majority approval of the Ascension Parish governing authority.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that, Mr.
Oh,
Kinston.
yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, Ms. Dozier.
Has legal counsel had the opportunity to review this?
Yeah, Mr. Kenneth DePatty.
I'm asking legal counsel.
Yes, Councilman Ogeron, actually I drafted the ordinance.
And as drafted, well, and I'm looking at this ordinance here, I see that some of it is written in blue. Is that like corrections that were made to the original?
I believe that was some additions made after the original draft.
Okay. So is this document considered the final document?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. We have two separate entities that take care of infrastructure in this parish. We have the parish council that oversees roads, that oversees recreation, transportation and stuff. And then we also have the East Ascension drainage. And I understand that part of this document, part of this ordinance, is to ensure that some of this money is going to go towards drainage. How do we ensure that that money gets divided appropriately between the two separate government entities?
Mr. Melanson. I'll do it. It doesn't like my touch.
No, it's on, it's on, it's on.
Thank you.
So the language that a majority of the governing authority is what it takes to move any funds out of here. It's up to the council. If the council wants all of these funds to go to one project, if they want to distribute them among 30 projects, it's up to the body sitting here on the board.
So the funds that we're going to place in this fund are going to be susceptible. They cannot be spent for any other reason other than what is specifically designated by this council. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what the ordinance reads.
I know what the ordinance reads. If you're going to stand up here and ask as the salutatorian for this ordinance, I'm going to ask you to answer the question. Is that your understanding?
Yeah.
Okay, good. With that,
Come on,
Not much.
gentlemen. Let's,
okay. Is there anything in this document that assures that the administration must provide accounting for the funds that are going to be spent after we have allocated the usage of those funds? Is there anything in here that holds the administration accountable once we transfer $150,000 to them for a project? Is there anything in this that's going to hold them accountable to making sure that $150,000 is in compliance with what we've designated them to do?
I mean, you can ask that question for every dollar that we designate for anything in parish government.
Well, if I did that, we'd be here until midnight. I'm not asking about every other document. I'm asking about this one. This is a new document that was just thrown upon us this week.
Oh, no.
There's blue lines, blue ink and lines through the document. Looks like it's been additions, looks like it was drafted up on Word, and it was used like some kind of review. I mean, shoots, man, they got even a section here where it says the however is, the small h is scratched out. I guess what I'm asking is, are we going to present this in a, is this the final presentation, and can you assure us that these funds are going to be utilized properly and in accordance?
absolutely, go right ahead.
So the blue additions, whenever this came to utilities in May, in which it was on that agenda, on Civic Clerk, after that meeting, the input from Councilman Lawler, Wagaspag, and Coach Thomas, the blue is strictly the addition from May to June, and in June, that document drafted up exactly as it is right now is what we approved at utilities. That's the even more stringent, specific language we put in that document that the other utilities members asked for.
Thank you. So,
I have no objection to this matter going forward.
thank you. And Mr. Lawler had some comments. He said he wanted to try to calm it down.
No, I was.
Mr. Lawler.
Yes, no, I was just going to say, we had talked about this before, and I had forgotten some of the details to it when we had talked. We did work on this, and one of the goals was we didn't want money sitting in the general fund where it could be spent on more employees and random things that we didn't have as much control over. One of the things we're here for tonight is drainage, and this is a great opportunity to get matching funds. We've been talking a lot about Bayou Manchac needing to be snagged, desnagged, and dredged. This is the money in there. The goal is that we can't go hire a bunch of people with this money. We've got other money for that. So that's what this is for. I did have some concerns about limiting the engineering portion of it because you can't do projects without designing it, but we have enough money elsewhere that we can do that. And once again, if the designing part of this is eligible for matching funds, whether federal or state, we can use it for that. So I think this is a really good deal. It's going to protect us in the long run because our goal was not to have it spent on a bunch of just random employees that we didn't know about, that sort of thing.
So we can't spend this on $3,000 toolboxes for the back of our pickup trucks?
No.
No.
All right.
So I think do we have a motion?
We have a motion and a second to approve.
Sure.
And where are we on the vote?
We're in the middle of a vote.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. Let's get that done. All right, and the vote is 10 yeas and 1 nay. Thank you so much. We will move along to item E, which is the former item M in the consent, which is an amendment to contract with Hartman Engineering in the amount of $35,700 for quality control, quality assurance for the transfer of assets to NWI, and this was also a Utilities Committee recommendation.
I'm the one that had that moved.
Ms. Dozier.
My question is, and again, I was out of town last week, so I was not available for the Utilities Committee meeting. And my question is, how we decided Hartman Engineering, how did we decide the price, and what exactly are going to be the receivables from this specific $35,700? Does anybody in the administration can provide us with an answer for that?
Yep. Oh, all right. How's it going, Council? So the answer to the question is they are operating under the standard utilities operation professional service agreement that we have for the utilities department. So the way we came up with the price was we asked them to give us a specific list of items that they could provide our services for in order for procuring the document. We have analyzed that document and have decided that this was the appropriate amount for their services, and they will be billed on a per hour basis on the based on what they submitted.
But I guess what are they going to be actually providing us? I think we already made a list of what we're transferring.
What they're creating is a one continuous document that's going to be used for the full transition of the sale of the assets.
Gentlemen, the parliamentarian is here tonight, so we have to be very well behaved. Would everyone please address the chair?
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes.
May I ask Mr. Gavin
Absolutely.
a question? Thank you.
She's letting me know how we have to behave up here.
Thank you. I guess my understanding was we've already made a list of what's being transferred over. That's attached to the sale. We've got lawyers that have been involved in this matter for over 2 years. We've paid them probably close to $500,000 or not more to take a look at this transfer. I guess I'm just asking, why are we spending $35,000, giving $35,000 to an engineering firm to tell us, yeah, that list is all your assets, and we're selling it to these guys over here. Here's $35,000. I'm not really sure why we're having to do that. It sounds more to me like it's, you know, it's just throwing $35,000 to a, you know, to a favored nation, and not necessarily well-spent money that this, you know, we could be spending on drainage or road projects. So I mean, what is the actual scope of their work?
Yeah.
Address the chair, Corey, please.
Corey, all I can say is that we're transferring $9.2 million worth of assets, and that's just not a light lift. It's complicated equipment, and you know, so it's to make sure that we do this right, and that everything goes to the Public Service Commission, and we get our check for $9.26 million. So,
Mr. Robert.
I just wanted to address that question also, and I mean, it's the amount of money that we're dealing with, the amount of assets. I mean, $35,000 dealing with engineers, I mean, that's almost how much you have to pay to sneeze and get a Kleenex from one. I mean, you're not getting much from an engineer for 35 grand. And if we don't have them, we take an opportunity or a chance of mislabeling or losing millions of dollars of assets. We take a chance of losing millions of dollars of assets if we don't actually do this. And I mean, to do anything, to have an engineer do anything costs thousands of dollars. We all knew this. So I think it's a risk, risk that we're not willing to take, just to turn over all the assets without checking it or without auditing it.
Mr. Ogeron, did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Please. And I want to mention to the technical folks, so I don't forget it, that every time someone else asked to speak, it cut the mic off of the person who was speaking. That's happened twice tonight. So if they'll just make a note of that, because I'll forget that it's happening. Chase's young brain, he might not, but go right ahead, Mr. Ogeron.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Robey, I agree with you. $35,000 in the scope of $9 million is a drop, okay? And I understand and I see that. So, but we've already spent $500,000 on the lawyers digging through all of these documents, ensuring that that everything that we're selling and transferring can be sold and transferred. We've spent 2 years negotiating this, making this list, checking it twice. I mean, we did more work than Santa Claus just now in trying to get this thing done. And it sounds to me like this is nothing else than transferring $35,000 to a favored nation company that constantly is getting contracts out of this parish government, you know, just because of who they are and their relationships here. And I really think that at some point we need to start being tight on the purse strings. $35,000 will get some roads overlaid. We'll get some shovels in the ground to clean out some ditches. And I don't see that there's a necessity to have this audited when the list has been provided, the price has been agreed to, and the lawyers have been talking for 2 years about it. And so with that being the case, you know, I got the explanation as to what we're doing, and I don't think I've got the explanation as to why we're doing it, but I will let it go and let the council vote on it.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Robert, you're welcome to do that. Mr. Robert has made a motion. Is there a second? Mr. Mason has seconded. We will have a vote. Are there any objections?
Yes.
And I felt like that was likely. So we will have a vote on these machines. The vote is 9 yes and 2 nay. That motion passes.
Ms. Terry?
Yes,
my
dear.
microphone is still active.
Oh, man. The more technical we get, the harder it is. I can't cut it off. Can you cut off Mr. Ogeron's mic, please, from your station? Thank you very much. It's not like, I don't know if my fingertips are cold. It's possible it's just not liking, get some circulation here. Okay. And also, I'd like to point out at this point, it's very difficult to manage this voting when you can't see it. And if the chair is going to be required to state the voting, then that screen needs to exist over here, some little corner of it or something. I'd just appreciate a look at that. Thank y'all. Okay. That motion has passed, and we will move along to the introduction of ordinances. Item 9A, introduction of an ordinance to amend the Transportation Impact Fee Ordinance to add extension of Cannon Road and to take out Highway 75 from the Transportation Impact Fee Schedule. This was a Transportation Committee recommendation. The chair only needs one motion to introduce. Have a motion by Councilman Cagnolati to introduce. Item B, introduction of an ordinance to amend the Ascension Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 9, to require that all proceeds from the sale of the East Bank sewer utility assets are deposited and utilized only into and for the Mega Infrastructure Fund. This was a utilities. Have a motion to introduce by Councilman Wagasback. Item C, introduction of an ordinance to amend the Ascension Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Article 1, Section 15-2, Parks, Rules, and Regulations, to add program fees. This was a Recreation Committee recommendation. Have a motion by Councilman Mason to introduce. Item D, introduction of an ordinance to amend the Ascension Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Article 1, Section 15-2, Parks, Rules, and Regulations, to add special event permits. Motion. Have a motion by Councilman Ogeron to introduce. We'll now move along to the public hearing of ordinances. Item A, the reading of an ordinance, Budget Amendment Number 5, to amend the 2021 budget. Mr. Dupatti, will you read the ordinance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. An ordinance to amend the ordinance approving, adopting, and appropriating the 2021 operating and capital budgets for the Parish of Ascension, adopted by the Ascension Parish Council on the 19th day of November 2020. Section 1, the Ascension Parish Council hereby ordains that the ordinance approving, adopting, and appropriating the 2021 operating and capital budgets for the Parish of Ascension is hereby amended, approved, and appropriated as follows. Operating budget, general fund, revenues, and other financing sources, ad valorem taxes, juvenile detention. Negative $1,503,500. Expenditures and other financing uses, public safety, probation and juvenile court, minus $525,000. Pension fund from ad valorem collections, minus $50,000. Transfer out juvenile justice program fund, minus $5,649,000. Animal Services Fund, Professional Services Contract for Animal Service Construction Fund, expenditures and other financing uses, transfers out, Animal Services Construction Fund, $30,000, Juvenile Justice Programs Fund to establish new fund, revenues and other financing sources, ad valorem taxes, juvenile detention, $1,503,500, transfer in general fund, $5,649,000, expenditures and other financing uses, travel, training, $10,000, transportation and mileage, $10,000, probation and juvenile court, $525,000, pension fund from ad valorem collections, $50,000, capital budget, animal services construction fund, professional services contract for needs, assessment and conceptual design of the new Ascension Parish Animal Shelter, revenues and other financing sources, transfer in animal services fund, $30,000, expenditures and other financing uses, professional services capital, $30,000. This ordinance having been submitted to a vote, the vote thereon was as follows.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Robert, second by Councilman Ogeron to open the public hearing. I have a motion by Councilman Cagnolati and a second by Councilman Mason to close the public hearing. A motion by Councilman Mason to move the ordinance. And I heard a second somewhere, Mr. Cagnolati. Are there any questions? Any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. Item D, reading of an ordinance to amend an ordinance adopted on November 7th, 2019, to create prospective precincts by the split and/or merger of precinct geography in accordance with the Louisiana Revised Statutes 18-532 and 18-532-1.1, to add alpha splits as required. I do want to mention before I ask Kenneth to read this that our new registrar of voters got to work right away doing an audit of all of the voting precincts to make sure that they were accurate and that the boundaries were clearly stated. And she has accomplished that. She was not able to be here tonight, but these are her recommendations for corrections. And so if you have a question about that in the public, please don't hesitate to call the Registrar of Voters office. Mr. DePatie.
Thank you. Whereas the Parish Council has the authority under RS 18:532 to adopt prospective precinct mergers that are not subject to the requirement that the precincts or parts of the precincts shall be in the same state, local, and municipal office voting district, and whereas any prospective merger shall be submitted for review and approval to the Louisiana Secretary of State and the Louisiana Legislature by December 31st of 2019, and whereas any prospective precinct mergers shall be effective not later than March 31st of 2020 for the purpose of establishing block boundaries for the federal decennial census and for reapportionment and redistricting purposes following that federal decennial census, and whereas any prospective precinct merger shall be effective not later than July 1st, 2021 for all purposes, and whereas the Parish Council has the authority under RS 18:532.1 to change the configuration, boundaries, or designation of its election precincts, and whereas the Louisiana Secretary of State and the Louisiana Legislature have approved the merger and or split of precincts in Exhibit A, and now therefore be it ordained by the Parish Council that the following precincts are created by merger and or splitting as described in Exhibit A. Effective date, this ordinance shall be in full effect as permitted by law. This ordinance having been submitted to a vote, the vote thereon was as follows.
Have a motion and a second. The motion by Councilman Robert, the second by Councilman Cagnolati to approve. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I need a motion to open public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing. That's what we've got. And a motion to close by Councilman Cagnolati, second by Councilman Robert. Motion to move the ordinance by Mr. Cagnolati, second by Mr. Robert. Thank y'all for reminding me. And are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. And if you had any questions, you were going to have to call the Registrar of Voters. All right, here we go. Item G. Reading of an ordinance to amend the Ascension Parish Unified Land Development Code, Appendix 2, Development Code, Section 17-239, Industrial Overlay Zone, to amend maps only. And Mr. DePatie will read this ordinance, and then Kate MacArthur is here.
Purpose, to amend the Ascension Parish Unified Land Development Code, LDC, Appendix 2, Development Code, Section 17-2039, Industrial Overlay Zone. Whereas Ascension Parish is a local governmental subdivision as defined by Article 6, Section 44 of the Louisiana Constitution of 1974. And whereas Parish of Ascension is the governing and responsible body over the zoning and regulations within its jurisdiction. And whereas Article 6 of the Home Rule Charter of Ascension Parish adopted May 4th, 1993 identifies the process and manner in which to adopt ordinances regulating the lands of this parish. And now therefore be it ordained by the Ascension Parish Governing Authority that the Unified Land Development Code, LDC of Ascension Parish, Louisiana, Appendix 2, Development Code, Section 17-2039, Industrial Designation Overlay Zone is amended as more fully described in Exhibit A, attached here to and made a part hereof. Severability, in the event that any portion of this ordinance is ever held invalid or unconstitutional for any reason by any court of competent jurisdiction over it, such portion shall be deemed a separate, distinct, and independent provision and shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of the ordinance. Effective date, this ordinance shall be in full effect as permitted by law. The ordinance having been submitted to a vote, the vote thereon was as follows.
Have a motion by Councilman Robert and a second by Councilman Cagnolati to open the public hearing. Motion by Councilman Cagnolati, second by Councilman Mason to close the public hearing. I have a motion by Councilman Cagnolati to move the ordinance. I have a second by Councilman Melanson. Are there any questions? Any objections? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you. Item J, reading of an ordinance to adopt a temporary moratorium regarding new developments. I have the script here for this function because we have some parliamentary strategy that we have to honor. We have our parliamentarian here tonight, and so, Allison, I'm going to let you direct us at this point.
I have to read it first, right?
So my purpose is to help the council stay out of trouble and figure out exactly what is being discussed. It's certainly no substance. It's procedural. So it's my understanding, and the agenda reflects, that there is a proposed moratorium ordinance that was noticed, and that is on the agenda for tonight. That is, in a parliamentary sense, a main motion. There can be amendments if the council chooses of numerous types. One type is a motion to substitute, which has a series of complicated rules. And the key thing to remember is the council may consider both, that they can consider more than one thing, they can make amendments, then they decide which version they wish to really consider, and then ultimately they will discuss it and vote on that final version. Is that enough assistance, or is more required?
I think that that's enough. We have asked the parish president, if you'll go into that piece, please, since there is yet a third document that the parish president has taken as a preference. We have 3 documents right now that everyone has seen. We have 2 that we would like to see considered. So I think at this time it's appropriate for me to ask the parish president if public comment. I'm going to do that, but I want to get us to where we can. For me to ask the parish president if he wishes to withdraw the item we'll refer to as A, which was the original document, and substitute item, the third one, which we would refer to as C.
Yes, the one titled Revised 6/16/2021. But I could reread my short request. Not moving the item, but the other part.
No, that's not necessary,
Is that
sir.
necessary?
I just need to know if you are okay with withdrawing the item that was originally posted as your document, so that we're considering 2 and not 3.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chairwoman Casso,
Yes.
I'm sorry. So they had copies, but I did copies, and what y'all have is titled President's Proposed Amendment. And you
Okay.
have that in front of you.
All right, thank you. All right, let me... All righty, so at this time, Cinnamon, I will ask you to read the 2 documents.
So Kenneth he needs to read the one that we introduced first
Okay.
before
Okay.
we consider anything else.
Before we consider the others, okay. So Kenneth, will you read the document that we originally introduced that has been withdrawn, but must be read in order to be appropriate to the parliamentary process?
Yes. Whereas the population of the parish of Ascension is increasing rapidly and the number of new developments is expanding density and negatively impacting drainage in the parish, and due to the continued severe weather events that cause local flooding across Ascension Parish, be it resolved as follows, that there is hereby enacted a moratorium on future subdivision of property, both residential and commercial development, for 12 months to further evaluate the following needs. 1, assessment of a potential drainage impact fee. The money produced can only be spent to offset the drainage impact of new developments and can go only to projects identified in advance. While we recognize that our drainage ordinance is written in such a way that new developments are supposed to be designed to reduce the flow of water off-site, evidence suggested that this isn't enough and more needs to be done to improve the capacity of our drainage ways. 2, density adjustments. Consideration of reducing residential density across all zoning classifications, understanding that a base density of 3, 2, or 1 unit per acre is easier to calculate. Parish government will explore alternatives to determine development density by considering all of the factors that affect each piece of property: road width, flood zone, wetlands, servitudes, and easements, etc. 3, address subdivision construction specifications. These specifications were adopted in June of 2017 and need to be reviewed and improved. Consideration will be given to addressing off-site drainage through a subdivision by increasing the stormwater detention requirements, upstream and downstream impacts, and site design. 4, regional stormwater detention. Other communities have figured out ways to purchase properties to expand the capabilities of detaining excess flood waters. Ascension Parish has potential locations that could benefit from this type of drainage feature, and we should understand the ramifications and possibilities of implementing this type of system. 5, review of the fill ordinance. In September 2019, the fill ordinance was revised, and it was understood at that time that work still needed to be done. Now therefore be it ordained by the Ascension Parish Governing Authority, as of the effective date of this ordinance, a 12-month moratorium on any future subdivision of property, both residential and commercial development. This includes the acceptance, approval, and completion of pre-applications for the submission for acceptance of any preliminary plots for subdivision, severability. In the event any portion of this ordinance is ever held invalid or unconstitutional for any reason by any court of competent jurisdiction over it, such portion shall be deemed a separate, distinct, and independent provision and shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of the ordinance. Effective date: this ordinance shall be in full effect as permitted by law. The ordinance having been submitted to a vote, the vote thereon was as follows.
Thank you. Is it appropriate now for him to read the second document? Thank you, Mr. DePatie, for that.
The document from the parish president?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes.
Whereas the population of the parish of Ascension is increasing rapidly and a number of new developments is expanding density in the parish, and due to the continued severe weather events that cause flooding across Ascension Parish, be it resolved as follows: that there is hereby enacted a moratorium on future subdivision of property, both residential and commercial developments, excluding property zone light, medium, or heavy industrial, not to exceed 12 months, to further evaluate the following needs for the East Ascension drainage system. 1, assessment of East Ascension drainage. Hire subject matter experts to complete the review of the parish's current drainage impact study, procedure, drainage ordinances, and an assessment of the need for a drainage impact fee. 2, density adjustments. Hire subject matter experts to complete an assessment and review of our current zoning ordinances to include but not limited to reducing residential density by considering all of the factors that affect each piece of property: road width, flood zone, wetlands, servitudes, and easements, etc. 3, address subdivision regulations. Hire subject matter experts to complete an assessment and review of the current subdivision regulations to include but not limited to new alternative to construction methods, off-site drainage, and upstream downstream impacts. Also, this shall include a review of all the specifications to reduce long-term parish liability, extend the life and value of subdivision infrastructure, and improve the maintainability of construction, including but not limited to infrastructure and pond banks. 4, regional stormwater detention. Hire subject matter experts to determine the feasibility of regional stormwater detention. Other communities have figured out ways to purchase property to expand the capabilities of retaining excess flood waters. Ascension Parish has potential location that could benefit from this type of drainage feature, and we should understand the ramifications and possibilities of implementing this type of system. 5, review of the fill ordinance. Hire subject matter experts to review the fill ordinance. In September 2019, the fill ordinance was revised, and it was understood at that time that the work still needed to be done. 6, internal drainage review. Complete review of the drainage budget, drainage department operations, and drainage maintenance plan. 7, growth master plan. Hire subject matter experts to identify discrepancies between our ordinances, unified land development code, master transportation plan, which shall include a review and recommendations to the current traffic impact study process, the master plan, and all other plans, including the creation of a recreation master plan, to provide a comprehensive, all-inclusive growth master plan. This review shall include an assessment and review to determine if alternative funding sources are needed to offset the future growth. The parish administration and the subject matter experts shall provide monthly status updates on all aspects of the moratorium at a special meeting for these items only to be held each month. Now therefore be further ordained by the Ascension Parish Governing Authority as follows. 1, all of the above factual findings are hereby approved and incorporated into the body of this ordinance as if copies in their entirety. 2, that this ordinance shall not apply to the following. A, legally permitted properties permitted prior to the enactment of this moratorium ordinance. B, construction on a legally platted lot in existence or on or prior to the enactment of this moratorium ordinance. C, ordinary maintenance. Severability, in the event that any portion of this ordinance is ever held invalid or unconstitutional for any reason or any court of competent jurisdiction over it, such portion shall be deemed a separate, distinct, and independent provision and shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of the ordinance. Effective date, this ordinance shall be in full effect as permitted by law. This ordinance having been submitted to a vote, the vote thereon was as follows.
So I think, hold on one second, Mr. Robert. I think we have one more ordinance that needs to be read. And that would be the one that was submitted by the council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whereas the population of the parish of Ascension is increasing and due to the continued severe weather events that cause local flooding across Ascension Parish and in consideration of the health, safety, and welfare of the Ascension Parish citizens, be it resolved as follows, that there is hereby enacted a moratorium on future subdivision of property for 6 months to further evaluate the following needs. Engineering firm to review the drainage impact study and make recommendations to council for consideration. Engineering firm to review drainage requirements for family partitions and make recommendations to council for consideration. Planning firm to consider reducing residential density across all zoning classifications. Parish government will explore alternative to determine development density by considering all factors that affect each piece of property, road width, flood zone, wetlands, servitudes, and easements, etc., and make recommendations to council for consideration. Engineering architectural firm to investigate alternative construction to flood zones and make recommendations to council for consideration. Engineering firm to determine feasibility of regional stormwater detention and make recommendations to council for consideration. Engineering firm to review fill ordinance, drainage ordinance, and make recommendations to council for consideration. Administration shall conduct a budget review for drainage and provide formal ordinances to council within 6 months. Planning Commission will begin process of revisiting the master plan relevant to the completion of listed items above. Revise the Unified Land Development Code to comply with the latest adopted master plan. The parish president and administration shall be required to provide monthly status updates on all aspects of the moratorium, including substantive answers to citizen and council questions. Now therefore be it ordained by the Ascension Parish Governing Authority as of the effective date of this ordinance, a 6-month moratorium on any future subdivision of property to include all divisions of land that have not been submitted to the planning department by the effective date of this ordinance. This includes the acceptance, approval, and completion of pre-applications for the submissions for acceptance of any preliminary plots for subdivision of property. Subdivision of property shall mean any simple division, family partition, minor subdivision, or major subdivision. This shall exclude subdivision of property zone light, medium, or heavy industrial. Severability, in the event that any portion of this ordinance is ever held invalid or unconstitutional for any reason by any court of competent jurisdiction over it, such portion shall be deemed a separate, distinct, and independent provision and shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of the ordinance. Effective date, this ordinance shall be in full effect as permitted by law. This ordinance having been submitted to a vote, the vote thereon was as follows.
Thank you so much, Mr. DePatie. So now, Mr. Robert. And a second was from Mr. Mason. The public hearing is now open. We will begin.
Somebody give that man a bottle of water.
Go. Thank you. All right. Mr. Billy Aguilar, he is present and would like to speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, council, staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Let's go back and do a little history from Ascension Parish. From the day Ascension Parish was founded, we've had flooding problems. The day they built the Mississippi River level, we have had flooding problems. When they built the first railroad trestle from Biloxi to New Orleans, it affected Ascension Parish. When they did Highway 11, it affected Ascension Parish. It's all dirt mounds, it's all dams. When they did Highway 190, it affected Ascension Parish. This goes back to the 1800s. It goes way, way back. But just recently, Let's go back to 81 flood. Remember Bayou Manchac, it flooded, all houses along Bayou Manchac flooded. Let's go back to the 92, 96, 2 or 3 floods in 01, the 16 flood. Recently, the 16 flood. How long ago was that? 5 years ago. 5 years ago this year, 16 flood. What have we done to do any mitigation on Bayou Manchac? Nothing. How much money do we have in the bank to do flood work? Over $80 million sitting in the bank that we could go clean up Bayou Manchac. Why have we not done anything? But we want to do a moratorium on the future subdivision of residential and commercial developments, excluding light, medium, and heavy industrial properties. How about the state and federal government? Where's the field mitigation and retention when they widened I-10 from the split all the way to Gonzales? Where's the retention when we did 73 from Allen Highway all the way to Interstate? Where's the field mitigation? There is none. Where's the field mitigation for Highway 42 from Allen Highway all the way to Highway 44? There is none. No field mitigation whatsoever. But the regulations require today that development of subdivisions for residential and commercial properties do drainage studies, do field mitigation, and do retention. Those are not your problems. The problems are all these other things that there's absolutely no retention for at all, period. Where did the existing ordinance come from to do the drainage studies that we require developers and engineers to do today? If you remember, when Mr. Mattel was parish president, he formed a committee. There was 10, 20 engineers from the area that participated in it. There were some staff members that participated in it. The parish engineer of record participated in it. I was on it. We met twice a month for 6 months. We came up with an ordinance that specifies what you do for drainage studies, what you do for field mitigation, and the amount of field you can put on lots. And you can put in subdivision and commercial developments. What happened to that ordinance? It was introduced to council before this one. They had a public hearing on it. At the end of the public hearing, it was thrown in the trash can, and the minute ordinance was put in place that y'all did. It was your ordinance, and now you want to put a moratorium on your ordinance.
Thank you, sir.
That y'all don't like.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a procedural. When the folks who are up there speaking, do they, I haven't checked, is there some kind of a timer that tells them how much time they have left to speak?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it's there, and then the mic cuts off. So.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there was some sort of a warning for them
Yeah.
ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your concern. Terry Wren. Hi, Dr. Wren. Nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you. I've been living off of Bluff Road now since about 1993, and the things that I'm seeing now is very, very distressing. And I don't know the right answer, but I do think that we need to step back, take some time, and understand the consequences of what we're doing right now. And my driveway is still under several feet of water. I talked to the fire department a couple days ago. If my house burns, it's a Hayes townhouse built in the 1970s, a very nice house. If it catches fire, it's a very good chance currently that the fire department can't even get there to help the house. I'm a cardiologist. If someone in my house needed to call EMS, they probably couldn't get there. And we really need to just step back and think about what we're doing and understand the consequences of this. As I drive down Bluff Road and I see all these houses that were built and not too many years ago that are having flooding problems now, you all just need to step back and understand what's going on and try to do something to mitigate these problems and not just, push forward at this point. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roy Domain.
Good evening, council members, fellow citizens, fellow taxpayers. I, Roy Domingue, bought my first home in 1978. Subsequently, I built others as our family changed. I've paid property taxes ever since, like you have. I started a business 39 years ago, designing and building homes, a school, churches, and office buildings. Wooden Creations purchase millions of dollars in materials each year, thus creating sales tax revenue and employment. Each new home becomes another source of property tax income and residents who pay their taxes. Years ago, I joined with you, all of us, and voted to approve a 1/2 cent sales tax to go directly to drainage improvements. After 10 years, we renewed it, and we still pay it on every item we purchase. That tax revenue shows over $185 million has been collected. When I look around at the flooding events, I'm like you. Why are fellow citizens flooding? We look at Marvinboro and Henderson Bayou pumping stations. They still weren't high enough, even in 16. Before and beyond 16, though, we see intense rainfall creating flooding in small pockets of the parish. When we see this occur, what is happening to assess how to prevent this again in that area? I submit that the local residents in the area can show how maintenance of the ditches is lacking. And when an event occurs like this, would it be wise to evaluate, say, a 3-mile radius of the area to say, why did the water not flow as needed? I submit we don't need another major engineering study. We need equipment to show up, remove the debris, dredge the silted bottoms out of our drainage system. Let's declare the area an emergency zone, like we did tonight. Move forward quickly. We have over $80 million in an account. When we have immediate needs, let's use it wisely. When we have continual flooding in an area, like Ridge Road or Bluff Road, let's work to assess the solution, put the solution into action, and work to prevent any encroachment in that one area that would impede the flow until it works as needed. Simply putting a blanket moratorium across the entire parish to hurt so many in an attempt to help some is not beneficial overall. The developers have the solutions and need to be heard. We have seen many engineered ideas not work in reality. From those in industry who work to do it as on paper, how many times does it not work versus the time it did or does? The same in our industry. The ones with the experience in the field are real assets to the solution. We need these folks as subject matter experts. It was good to see a strategic plan to address the recent areas that have flooded. Remember, we've paid for the services. We, the residents, desire to receive what we agree to. Proper drainage, not a stop in being productive for others. Fellow residents, we can take the charge. We can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Domingue. Kelly Couture. Hi, Kelly. It's nice to see your face. We've talked on the phone enough times.
Yes,
I know your
yes, we
voice.
have, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and council members. I would first like to say that I am not originally from Ascension Parish. Katrina blew my family here from St. Bernard Parish in 2005. We have loved it here. We thought we had found a utopia, so to speak. We were wrong. It was still quite rural when we got here. We bought an older home in the heart of Dutchtown and poured time and money into renovating it. Quickly, new businesses and subdivisions began popping up haphazardly with no grand plan. Fast forward to 2016. Fortunately, we did not flood. This past time, we did get a sliver of water in our laundry room and buckets of water in the mother-in-law apartment on our property. Each new subdivision causes increased flooding, traffic nightmares, and schools busting at the seams. Families are trapped. We can't sell our homes for what they should be worth if they have flooded because no one wants to buy our home that is prone to flooding. Our insurance rates increase with each claim. It is hurting our longtime residents both financially and emotionally. Now is the time to take a moment and breathe. Let the parish officials figure out a way to fix all that is broken: sewerage, traffic, drainage, repair, and enlarging of culverts. All elected officials are just that, elected by the people to represent the people's voice. So it's time to listen to the people. No more pandering to the donors of one's campaign. Start working together instead of playing politics and backstabbing one another. I understand that a major concern of the council is the rights of property owners. but you focus on the rights of people wanting to develop their property. Yes, they have rights, but not to the detriment of their neighbors who also have rights, to not fear constant flooding and decreased property values. We demand change. No more rubber stamping subdivisions because they meet the bare minimum standards. The chairman of the P&Z committee said that they have to approve all plans that meet the legal requirement. What is the point of having a public hearing if the only requirements for approval is the standard of law? The legal requirement needs to be overhauled and changed. A road with a level of a service of D should not ever be approved. A builder stood here in this very room 2 weeks ago and argued that his plans should be approved with an LOS of an E because there were plans in the works to upgrade the road. No more approving building plans with contingencies. Either they meet the standard at the time of the proposal or they don't. No more putting the cart before the horse. I am here tonight to urge you to approve the original or the amended 12-month moratorium. We need a master plan to address drainage, traffic, new developments, and schools. Our tax dollars need to be spent on actual projects that will help to improve our problems, not in additional useless studies that only line the pockets of the people doing them. It is time to do better.
Thank you so much.
We need to do better for our children.
Thank you. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it, folks. Please. We're going to conduct ourselves the way we're supposed to. All right. I thank you for your cooperation. Uh-oh. You had this challenge the other night.
It looks like Eric.
So the gentleman who's...
it looks like Eric.
Eric... I'm not real sure what this is. And it doesn't say whether you want to speak or not, but we're trying to, it's a red card. We can't make it out.
It starts with an E.
It looks like you're a doctor.
Yeah. Where's that cardiologist?
Where's that? Exactly. The cardiologist might know how to read this. We're gonna put it to the side. When we get to the end, if your name starts with an E and you haven't been called upon to speak, it's probably you. James Brooks. James Brooks.
It's not checked on one.
And it's not checked. All right. Next one. Patricia Pino. Hi, Patricia.
Hi. Good evening. I have been a resident of Ascension Parish for 35 years. While I did not grow up here, my family has been here for a long time. I work in this parish and have raised 3 children in this parish. In short, I am invested in the parish. I would like to voice my support for the 12-month moratorium. I think it has been a long time coming, and it is our only way to save this parish. To me, the most important goal of the moratorium is to redo the ordinances. So often I hear that if a developer meets all the requirements, they must be allowed to build. The ordinances are not, the ordinances are not adequate for Ascension Parish today. I was looking through some of them today, and I found one that said, all drainage design shall be predicated on a 10-year storm frequency of 1 hour duration. We have had several rain events over the last month that have resulted in flooding for our residents. All of them lasted more than an hour. Drainage studies are done for the immediate area of the subdivision, not the surrounding areas. The goal of a traffic study is for an intersection to reach a level of D. Who has ever been satisfied with a D as a grade? Anyone who has sat through traffic in this parish will tell you a D is not enough. If you were randomly select 10 people in this parish and ask them the number one problem for this parish, I can guarantee you that at least 9 out of 10, if not all 10, will tell you rapid growth in subdivisions. 2 years ago, a research group was hired by this parish. One of the things they did was to talk to a senior class in each of the high schools. Students at every school said the major problem in this parish was rapid growth. If you look on social media, every post about this parish goes back to rapid growth and subdivisions. In short, your voters and future voters are concerned about rapid growth. You need to think about why you are on this council and who you are representing. Listen to your voters. They have put their trust in you. For many of them, their homes and safety depend on your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, please. No, I'll give it some time. Mr. W. Johnson. I know I can read that one. Where's Mr. W. Johnson? If he is not here, we will pass on him. Nathan Spicer.
I'm a home builder and resident of the Ascension Parish. With all sincerity, I appreciate y'all's time. It's a very tough task, council members and administration. I'm coming to you tonight as a resident tonight. In the last rain event, is my understanding, 54 houses flooded out of 44,000, which is a little more than 0.1%, about 1 in 800 houses. Approximately 25% of these were on Bluff Road. Some of these houses that are built there have been designated as a flood zone for more than 35 years, yet we continue to build in these areas. No matter what we do, some houses are going to flood when we have a rain event of 14 plus inches in a few hours. On that note, we need action. A majority of the moratorium tasks are review items, and in many cases, review items that have already been reviewed and taken so much time and resources to review. Let's stop reviewing and take action. We need maintenance done now. We need accountability, as we've been talking about this for almost 4 years. Why do we need a stoppage to review the same stuff again? Does it really take that long to review a drainage budget that is so critical to being put into action now? We need dozers, we need ditch witches, we need ditches cleaned. Can't reviewing and research be done within normal operations? If another house or development is never built in our parish again, houses are still going to flood because we have so many pre-existing problems. We have to address the problems that are pre-existing, the problems of ongoing neglected maintenance, dredging bodies of water, using qualified engineering, smart well plan development, and better infrastructure. I'm proud that my voice can be heard in our great parish. In the spirit of this, I'm also tired of fighting for my livelihood. Seems for my family, my workers and their families, more than 117 people visit one house. Individuals I'm talking about, not companies. And is it fair for our fellow residents to be punished because our parish failed to do proper and routine maintenance for many, many years? Is it fair for them to lose their wages because the parish is not properly planned? Is it their fault the houses are flooding? A moratorium should not be instituted under these circumstances without an action plan. Otherwise, we waste more precious time reviewing and talking, and we'll be here 2 years from now. I implore the administration to openly provide information to its citizens. We need accountability. Bring together all the stakeholders, the citizens, the developers, everyone. Let's work it out together. No more reviewing, planning, and delaying. We residents need action.
Thank you. Rebecca Parks. Good evening.
Hi, glad you found mine this time.
Thank you. I'm glad I did too.
Hi, thank you all so much for the job that you do. I know it's not an easy one. I think you may remember last time me at the tail end kind of explaining to y'all how I felt like y'all were our guardians, defenders and protectors of us. But it goes a little further than that. You guys are public servants, and I like definitions, so let's go over it. A public servant is a person appointed by a member of the government to serve the population and perform public duties while duly representing the population they represent. Food for thought. Think about what your not voting representing the people will do for you in the next election. I think that out of common decency and respect for our fellow neighbors in our wonderful parish, Greed really needs to be put aside. Whether it's plain and simple greed or its pockets being lined, it is wrong. And while I love the Builders Red Shirt Alliance here tonight, it's real cute. I don't really feel like anyone who doesn't live in our parish should be allowed the privilege of being able to comment in our Ascension Parish public hearing. If you want an analogy, it's kind of like telling someone in China that they can have a vote or a say-so on our U.S. presidency. Maybe it's a little bit of a stretch, but it's something that I feel that the council needs to think about and revisit in the near future. We already have a good couple of years of developments approved, and the developments are behind right now. So this proposed moratorium won't stop growth, but possibly slow it down so we can try and catch up and keep our heads above the water. Literally. Remember, guardians, you are a servant, our public servants. I know that you knew the moment you accepted this position as our public servants, you forfeited the right to assert your personal opinion, as your opinion should now be that of the overall voice of the people of this parish that you represent. That overall voice is clear. Moratorium. It's interesting when you look online at ethics, the government ethics website, www.ethics.la.gov/campaign finance search/searchscanned.aspx. At that website, you can see the very generous contributions to all of you guys from the wonderful little red shirt builders here, your friends. Please be sure to look it up, look at the rerun and get it.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Please do not allow these to influence your decisions. Use your moral compass, and if being a public service and ultimately a voice to us, the residents of Ascension Parish, then please remember you are a servant of our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. God, we call on you now to help touch the hearts and minds of all of these Ascension Parish guardians here before us. Help them to vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
And justly for the people they represent. God, we ask this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much.
One more of those, I'm leaving.
I understand.
I'm going to get up and I'm going to leave.
I want you to understand that we had to have this happen last time. I don't want this to happen again, but I will recess and we will retire and we will come back when everybody's ready to do this appropriately. Okay. I mean, we're.
Because the next time it happens, I'm going to start speaking back.
No.
Yes, I will.
That's not appropriate either. I won't turn on your microphone.
I can speak.
Okay. All right, let's don't fight. We're going to all behave here. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. Everybody. And we love hearing from all of you. I can tell you this, my pocket has not been lined by anybody's, and I do not believe that any one of these gentlemen has ever had their pocket lined by anybody. Okay, so that's enough. If you have evidence of that, you go to the sheriff's office with it. Okay? Ugly. Yeah.
Let's look at the engineering firms that get contracts.
Yes. Okay. Miss Diane Baum.
Yes, I guess I'm one of those red shirt cuties that have come here tonight. Hello, my name is Diane Baum, owner of Baum Environmental, former board chair of the Home Builders Association of Greater Baton Rouge, and thank you for letting me speak. We support the same thing as the council and the residents to fix the infrastructure issues. However, a moratorium stops commerce and livelihood for businesses, owners, employees, and families. My particular expertise is stormwater. My business performs plans and erosion control and is on the ground looking at the effects of stormwater to construction. It is apparent to me in the 25 years I have been in business that there are tools now in the parish that they have at disposal that they don't implement. No implementation, not enough staff to do it, and no enforcement of the current strict rules. Also, there is expertise with the HBA that we could provide to assist residents that are in older neighborhoods where their stormwater capacity has been reduced way over the years. The key is implementation of maintenance will do more for residents now than to take time to work on plans, when that will have really no net effect. In addition, this moratorium will cause destruction to a large portion of the economy of Ascension Parish, that constituents, residents, and our voters.
A moratorium equals pink slips for framers, plumbers, and many other types of people that work on homes. So moratorium is a devastating thing for homeowners, home builders, and the home building industry. Why can't we work on plans while we are working on trying to do something for the residents? So I just ask that you don't do the moratorium and help the people in this parish thrive with a good economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Alonzo. Hi, Pam.
Good evening, everyone. Somebody was up here a few minutes ago and made a comment on something that really concerned me. He said it wasn't the builder's fault. It's really not, but he said it was the fault of no maintenance being done. The problem is we've got some things where we have got subdivisions that have just been rubber stamped because we have had a push of let's hurry up and get it done. We need to slow down. He also made a comment that really irritated me. I'm not going to use the word that I was thinking because that would not be appropriate. He said there was a very small percentage of homes that were flooded. As far as I'm concerned, if one home floods, it's one too many. There should not be a small percentage of homes flooded. There should be not one home flooded. The problem is things are not being properly planned because there's been too much of a hurry. There's been a feeding frenzy. We need to slow down. I see that there is a meeting of minds to a point between the council and the President Quintmont's administration. What I see is there's still a kind of a push. Let's hurry up and get it done within 6 months versus a 12-month. He did have in his revised version up to 12 months. So I do see that he is trying to work with the council. And I would like to see that a little bit more. But I don't want to see any more rubber stamp subdivisions. I do understand that it can hurt the economy in the parish. What can really hurt the economy in the parish is if this parish gets the reputation of, you don't want to go to Ascension Parish because if you do, you buy that new home in that new subdivision, and the first time there's a heavy rain, you're going to flood. I have had houses next to me that have been built for 45 years, and they have flooded every single time it's rained, and they've been there 45 years. But we need to have the time to let this administration and this council work together and not rush on meeting an end of 6 months. Have the time to involve the Corps of Engineers. Ms. Casso, you said that the Corps of Engineers did not respond quickly. What if you cannot get them to respond to assist this parish in helping take care of the problems with the flooding that we have and more installing the equipment that we need? Then you can't get them to respond. You've got a 6-month timetable, you've got a sundown, and you can't get it done, and your moratorium is done. I just don't think 6 months is enough time. We need to do a power walk. We do not need to do a run. So that's what I would urge it to do, to accept Mr. Quintmont's moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alonzo. Willie Martin.
Good evening. I'm Willie Martin. I'm first vice president of the Louisiana Home Builders Association. The Louisiana Home Builders Association supports the Home Builders Association of Greater Baton Rouge and their efforts to oppose the moratorium on developments and construction of residential homes. The Louisiana Home Builders Association understands the economic boost that new residential construction provides for the parish and local municipalities. Let me turn that around and tell you what happens if those homes are not built. The average cost of a home in Ascension Parish is $256,000. Of that $256,000, $179,000 is taxable income. That amount equals $16,000. If you build 984 homes in a year times 16,000, that's $16 million of sales tax income that you won't have. You can't get it back. That's the material side of it. Now let me talk about the personal side of it. Now, once homes are sold and the average disposable income in Ascension Parish is $65,000, 2/3 of that is spent in Ascension Parish. Where is it spent? Restaurants, bars, furniture and home goods, apparel, entertainment and recreation, health care, transportation, charitable and nonprofit giving. So how much money is that? 2/3 of $65,000 is $43,000 times the number of homes that will be built in a year, 984, is $42 million. The people are going to lose their jobs with a moratorium. Here we are coming out of a COVID-19 pandemic, and you want to further cripple the people working in Ascension by shutting down their business and or cause them to reduce staff and lay off employees. All the folks that lose their jobs will need money to pay their home mortgage, food for the family, school supplies, uniforms for the kids, lunch money for the kids to go to school, money for the car note, insurance, fuel for the car, water bill, electrical bill, and so on, and many other items. Many of these families live right here in Ascension Parish. You see them at church on the weekends, at the grocery stores. You see them at children's activities, baseball, t-ball, soccer, gymnastics, dancing, and many other places. What do they do now that you want to take their jobs away just at the time the economy is recovering from a national COVID-19 pandemic? Moratorium is not the answer. A drainage plan that is implemented and one that works and one that is operational, that's the answer. Thank you for your time, and the Louisiana Home Builders Association asks that you vote no for the moratorium.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gary Lessard.
Madam Chair and gentlemen of the council,
Pardon? Thank you.
I'm proud to be speaking tonight, not on behalf of myself, but also for the people of Ascension Parish. You know, if you look out in the audience right there, these people ain't wearing blindfolds, but y'all are. If y'all don't see what's happening in Ascension Parish being destroyed by development, then y'all got a problem. Because I see it every day. I've been here all my life. I was born in 1954, and I never seen my land flood, not one time, except 2016 and 2021. 2 feet of water. Development has done that. I'm going to read this to you because I didn't want to take up too much of y'all time. I think we need to slow down or even stop some of the development to address our roads and drainage issues. To meet the needs of the people of Ascension Parish and restore and keep their livelihoods. Okay? All this development is doing is putting water on property that has never flooded. And it's that my property is one and many other people. A lot of these properties were saved for our children to hand them down land where they could live in Ascension and be happy and enjoy Ascension Parish and the people. But now a lot of the property that was put aside, it floods. So that means our children would have to build up their land to protect themselves from flooding and buy flood insurance to protect their assets. Now, development in Ascension Parish is causing road foundation failure and making driving dangerous. Our ditches, spider canals, and main bayous can't handle this much water. We have to take care of that. It can't recede fast enough for me. That's it. A lot of the roads were closed in this last flood event, and a lot of the parish roads, put it that way, in the areas in the parish. Said Ascension is becoming a parish of cement, unsafe roads, and a lake of water and swamp because of development is pushing water on these lands that never was flooded before. If I wanted to live in a swamp, I would have bought one. Okay? There was much water. You couldn't even see the detention pond. What good a detention pond? You can't even see it.
Thank you, Mr. Lessard. Ms. Polly Glover. Hi, Ms. Polly. I appreciate that. No problem.
Council, good evening, Parish President. I've come here tonight to speak from perhaps a different perspective. Having advocated for preservation of our wetlands for many years, as you all know, that foundation taught myself and those of us who advocate that we first have to look to our past to adequately prepare for our future with the wetlands, okay? Ascension needs to do the same thing. We need to look at our past to help guide us into the future. Ascension was, during the early part of the 20th century, a rural parish, open farmlands, wetlands, and forests. During the late 80s and 90s, urbanization and growth related to society moving out of Baton Rouge, storms, and other factors brought shifts in the population. We would see the changes in the parish begin. Without a clear adaptive vision, and elected who at the time championed the values that many of us in this room to share tonight, and many of you share. Ascension grew. Our schools, rural lands, and open spaces made our parish desirable to raise our families. Cutting the trees, adding sediment and concrete were some of the factors that contributed to our issues called growth. The problem was we were altering the land and changing the environment, all while not working in cohort with the environment. Remember our past. In 2010, recognizing that Ascension's landscape was in fact changing and not in a positive way, the state legislature of Louisiana passed Bill number 65, Act 956, recognizing that Ascension was, with its wetlands in the southeast basin of Marpole and wetlands to the north in Spanish Lake, was in fact designated a coastal parish. This would allow for critical funding and support from the federal and state departments. Ascension would then receive the designation, and I quote, mitigating factors stated in this legislation, which you all should have in front of you. Population growth with an intensity of resource uses in other parts of Ascension Parish have been increasing for the past 31 years. Inadequately regulated development activities that could result in direct and significant estuarine wetlands coastal waters impacts. The 2021 legislative session, just having ended, was able to address two of these issues with House Bill 544 by Hodges with a scenic rivers exemption, which should give us some relief on Manchac. We also had House Concurrent Resolution 46 Mincy on an Amite River Basin study, which leads me to where I am today. I'm here not because I really support the idea of a moratorium, nor do I like the idea of a moratorium. I'm here because my home parish, which is my home, my husband's home for 100 years, has no other choice but to take a pause at the moment. Recent rains, backwater flooding, pour-out fluid in the basin, and impacts surrounding the parishes have caused underlying problems.
Thank you, Ms. Glover. Thank you. Bart Wagasback.
I'm Bart Wagasback. I've lived in Ascension Parish my entire life. I'm a local builder and developer. I mainly only build in Ascension Parish. I'm here just to help put a face on the moratorium. I know everybody's frustrated with new development, with developers, but there's a trickle down there. There's several, small local builders that live here in the parish and make their living here. Using my company as an example, I went by all my jobs, kind of counted up, how many guys I have on the sheetrock crew working, how many guys on my plumbing crew working, and I surpassed 140 people. This isn't office workers or delivery guys or realtors or, the banks I use here or the title companies. This is just the guys that are actually on my job. I have, of those, maybe 20 workers that only work for me, only for Wagasback Homes. So their entire, income depends on the houses that I can produce for them, okay? They're living in the parish, they're spending money at the gas stations, at the grocery stores, on a daily basis. They're supporting the parish too. They're paying taxes, paying property taxes. I'm sorry, y'all. But I've heard there's 2,000 lots maybe in the parish that's available. There's some big numbers that keep getting thrown out. I just want to point out that there's some large, builders that are building around here now, and they eat up a lot of those lots. There's a lot more guys like me that live in the parish that build. They build 5 houses a year, 10 houses a year, 15 houses a year. We don't have a lot of lots to choose from. I have builders call me all the time asking me, hey, where can I pick up a couple lots in Ascension? I have no idea what to tell them. Okay, guys like us don't have any lots to choose from. Okay, I'm mentoring a couple young builders that went to college at LSU, got a construction management degree. They came out, they worked a few years, got a little experience, and they're making the transition to go into business for themselves right now. I can't help them find any lots. I mean, my advice to them has been, do your best to pick up a custom home on somebody's land. That's the best you can do to try to, move your career along.
Thank you, Mr. Wagasback. Kim Landry.
Good evening. I too am a resident of Ascension Parish, and the people of our community are suffering. They're begging for us to help them. My objection is not to a moratorium. My objection is the farce that this moratorium is playing on these people. This administration, supported and passed an ordinance regarding placement of fill, but also required that the top of the lowest floor of all structures be a minimum of 2 feet above flood, thereby causing people who are at base flood to add 2 feet of fill to their property without any type of mitigation. The ordinances of this parish have caused more fill to be brought in. And then you have the 0 net fill for any individual lot below base flood. For the past 2 years, this has been arbitrarily enforced. And I know this because I have all of my public records requests that I have been looking at, asking, where are the building permits? Where are the fill permits for all of these big mounds of dirt that keep showing up on individual lots? Nothing. People talk today about rubber stamping subdivisions, but you don't need a moratorium to stop doing that. You, the parish council, have the ability to say no. You can...
Excuse me, Ms. Landry. Pardon the interruption.
The Louisiana Constitution, Article 6, Section 17, and other state laws gives the parish government the authority to adopt regulations for the purpose of promoting health, safety, and general welfare of the community. You have the ability, every time you don't like one particular subdivision or one particular way a lot's going to be done, you have the ability to say no. You don't need a moratorium to do that. You don't need that to do your job. But you're telling these people that that's what we have to have. For 2 years, y'all have sat back and allowed growth because of greed. But now you want to sit here and say, oh, it's not our fault. It is. All you have to do is drive down the road. You can go down 933 and you can see what's going on. Better yet, how about you go down 931 and go look at
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Landry. Your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Brandon Ivy.
Hello, my name is Brandon Ivy. I'm the owner of Ivy Construction, and I'm the chairman of the board for the Home Builders Association of the Greater Baton Rouge area. And I want to thank you guys for letting me speak today. The Home Builders Association is dedicated to promoting and protecting and preserving the home building industry as a viable economic force in the capital region. Our mission does not exist if we can't build homes. The community, including home builders, needs accountability and transparency from the administration. I would like to say that I'm speaking on behalf of all these people in red and all of the lives that are affected, and I am proud to stand next to these people because through all the meetings that we've been to, this group right here has shown more respect and more patience for the opposite party and people that differ opinions than the other side has. And we've done it with people trying to take our jobs and take our livelihoods. So I want you guys to remember that. I am proud of these people. These are not the villains that others would have them be. I am a Christian. I know what it's like to be a Christian. And I can say that I can disagree with people on the other side and try to work together to come up with a solution. And that's what we are trying to do. It's what we have been trying to advocate from the very beginning. I love Louisiana, and in spite of our unique challenges that we have as a state, over the years, we have proven ourselves to be some of the most resilient people in this country. We have overcome more adversity than almost any other group in the nation. In spite of our differences, I know that in spite of our differences on where we stand with a moratorium, I know that when it really matters, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, if you will, that when we need to come together as a group, we can. And I love that about our people. I love that about Louisiana. If we were to implement plans, let's say the moratorium 12 months is over and y'all had a game plan for new roads, drainage, infrastructure, it would be 5 to 10 years and probably $500 million+ needed to even begin to see some of those changes. So my question is, are we going to wait until everything's better before construction can resume or just shut everything down for a decade? If a moratorium is a solution, all of Louisiana has problems with traffic and drainage. It's not unique to Ascension Parish. If a moratorium is a solution for Ascension Parish, then is it a solution for the state of Louisiana? What would happen if, as a state, we had a moratorium? Business and industry in our state would dry up. Louisiana would suffer major economic harm.
Thank you, sir. Mr. John Becknell.
Thanks for your time. I live in Ascension Parish since 2003 in District 9. Councilman Waggersback, I think I said pictures of my yard, my retention basin, which is my property. It becomes a retention basin basically for all the property upstream of me. It did that when I moved in and I raised my shop 1 cinder block height to keep water from getting in it in 2003, and now it's got an inch to go because of the additional increased amount of water coming at me. So I did want to put in a good word for made the mistake of not having notes for the parish drainage board. The guys from the maintenance area there have come and helped me out and taken out, and they've cleaned out ditches. And cleaning out the ditches and dredging the existing drainage is very important. But I fully support the moratorium for up to 12 months with a goal of 6 months. I think that if you did a moratorium with up to 12 months, you will see a lot of pressure to do it sooner. If you do, I think saying 6 months may be impractical. It's a real stretch goal to get this done in 6 months, but I think there's enough knowledge base in the area to determine the best path forward to get the most important scope items taken care of and to address this problem and work it so that you can work in parallel to adding more houses in the future. And of course, the existing projects that are going on now, and it probably would have minimum impact on the construction efforts going on here, because we don't want to see more flooding and then all the guys that build houses, instead of building houses, they're restoring houses because they all flooded. We don't want to see more flooding. 57 houses, I heard it was. That's a lot of houses to restore, and it's very hard to live in a house that's flooded. I've been in one in 1983 with water up to here. It was a rental house, and of course we don't live there anymore in North Baton Rouge, and I'm glad to say that I haven't flooded yet here. But anyway, just wanted to say again, I support the moratorium, and I think you could have a good stretch goal to get it done, get this done quickly and get a path forward and get things defined and roll. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Darrell Morrissey. Catherine Goppelt.
Good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The parish president's call for a moratorium is welcome news to so many in Ascension Parish. Property owners pay a property tax for drainage and would like to know where those dollars are going. A moratorium on approvals for new development is not the end of development in Ascension Parish. It could be the beginning of responsible growth. It could be an opportunity to prioritize what projects are most needed to mitigate increased development and the flash flooding we have been experiencing in the past few years. While reviews and engineering studies may help, the people want to see work done to open ditches and waterways to move water where it doesn't flood homes and businesses. Before the current master plan was adopted, we had densities that were 1, 2, and 3. 1 home per acre in conservation, 2 homes per acre in rural, and 3 homes per acre in medium intensity residential. We also had ways for developers to increase density through planned small and mixed use neighborhood developments. Now a citizen under the current master plan needs 5 acres to build 1 house. The current master plan to urbanize Ascension is not the answer. It is not a family partition or a single family dwelling that is causing the problem. Please leave these out of the scope. Major and minor subdivisions are the problem. This council bears the responsibility for the current situation. Even though you're not completely responsible for all of it, you're here now and you're dealing with it, so thank you for that. You make the ordinances and you appoint the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission who adopt and implement the master plan. Your choices have consequences. 2 words should guide us: infrastructure first. The people's cry has been the same, but becomes increasingly louder. Are you listening to the people who elected you? The people support a moratorium. Shortening this period will not get the job done. Please support the latest version that the president has offered. It could be the beginning for responsible growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to put my comments in the record.
Thank you. Susan Jordan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Susan Jordan, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the good citizens of Ascension Parish to support a 12-month moratorium that President Quentmaw has proposed. The concerns of Ascension Parish residents are many. People living here who have never flooded before are flooding due to the many subdivisions being built that are affecting our drainage negatively. We're experiencing gridlock traffic because of our substandard narrow roads, unable to handle the increase in people that move here. We're promised that retention ponds work, but we know that they don't. The buildup of dirt for the new subdivisions acts like a dam to move water onto nearby residents. Someone needs to check to see whether developers are following the code and building up too high. Let me give you some numbers to show our concerns. Do you know how many new subdivisions have been approved by our council and built in the last 20-plus years? 976. Do you know how many houses were built? 21,152. That's a lot. It is obvious what is causing our flooding problems, our traffic gridlock, and our overcrowding. Did you know that our Planning Commission can deny a subdivision plat for not meeting our code, and our council members can overturn the denial and approve the subdivision? Now, what sense is there in having a code for building and then allowing the council members to ignore that and approve it? Over and over, residents have pleaded with the council members to deny new building in areas that are already flooding, are already overcrowded, and have major traffic issues. It is time to stop the blame game. We are where we are, and we need to focus on fixing drainage, fixing substandard roads, but most of all, we need to strengthen our building code and start enforcing our code. It is time to stop voting yes to new subdivisions and waiving standards like having 2 entrances or allowing developers to hire and pay the people who do the traffic studies. Does anyone believe a traffic study done by someone hired by the developer? And when the traffic study fails, why do we allow the developer to do another study, change the numbers, and then get approval? It is obvious that what we're doing is not working. We need to research building codes in other parishes with rapid growth, without problems that we have, to see what we need to do to change our code, fix our problems. Vote for what.
Thank you so much, Ms. Joy.
For the record, I was Miss Jordan's favorite student at Lake Elementary.
Favorite 4th grade student 3 years in a row.
We needed a moment of brevity. So I'm going to call on Debbie Kidder, and I'm going to say, I'm so excited to see. I haven't seen you in years, Debbie. Hi. Great to see you.
Okay. I'm Debbie Kidder. I'm a really nice person, as Miss Casso can tell you.
Absolutely.
But we've got a problem on Highway 44 between Loosemore and 22. Oh my God. You cannot get to work. You cannot get back from work. There's car after car after car after car after car. Okay, we had it great out there until the last 10 years or so. They decided they were going to build all these subdivisions up behind us. Now, we are lucky if we can get on our street to get out. Now, I don't know who did the traffic impact study, but I swear they need to go to work with Captain Kangaroo, because it's everywhere. The traffic is everywhere, okay? I mean, and the flooding, thank you, Lord, we have not flooded yet, okay? Because whoever built our house built it way up. Now, the front yard looks like a swimming pool. And the backyard, you can't see the swimming pool because there's so much dadgum water up in there, you know? And like this gentleman said, we've got all this money to be used for infrastructure and drainage and stuff, and it's sitting in a bank or somewhere. Why don't we use it? Why don't we use it? Y'all are the only people that can help us. The only ones. Now, these people in the red, okay, I understand that, but we're in Ascension Parish, not East Baton Rouge Parish. And whereas we feel for these people, what about us? Y'all come in there and build and build and build and build, and we flood and flood and flood and flood. And we get stuck in the middle of dadgum streets.
I understand.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I mean, this is an Ascension Parish meeting. We don't need people from Baton Rouge coming in here and telling us that we're taking away that dadgum money. Because we're spending our dadgum money every time we flood. And every time we're late for work because we can't move 10 inches.
Thank you so much. Debbie, it's always good to see you.
Can you see me on council?
You should. Thank you.
Sorry, Joel.
Give me this.
Oh, man.
Pam Testroet. How do you follow that,
How
Pam?
did I draw that?
Can you dance?
But I'm glad to be here anyway, and thank y'all for being here as well. I was hoping I wouldn't have to come. I don't think any of us we'd rather be home with our families than here. But I think it's just been such an emotional issue, and so many things have gone on for so many years without being done or done properly. The builders aren't the bad guys here. They're just doing what is approved. And they're trying to make a living like everybody else. I support some type of the parish president's up to 12 months of moratorium. I hate that word, but I don't know at this point what's been done can't continue to be done. And it's more than, as you all know, everybody knows what the problems are. Whether you're for or against or wherever you stand, you live in this parish, we all aware of what the problems are. It's just that we need to take a pause. I think Ms. Glover said that very well. And then Ms. Landry also mentioned the fact that the builders and so forth, they can't build anything that's not approved by you guys. So I think we all need to reassess everything and pay attention to the definition of insanity. And I feel like that's where we are. I live in Renaissance Subdivision right off of 73, right across from PJ's and the Crawfish Aquatics. And I'm serious, y'all, I'm scared to death every time I turn out of my subdivision because the cars are coming from everywhere, and now people are using the middle lane of 73 as a passing lane. All the way down 73, not just if they want to go to the next light and turn right or something. They're just barreling down the street. And it's really a safety concern for everybody. I see so many accidents and near misses, and it's like, oh my God, that would have been horrible. Somebody would have been right there. Thank God they saw them and averted. But I mean, distracted driving's everywhere, but there is more traffic than we're able to carry at this time. We all know that. Like I said, I don't want to be redundant and address all of that, but I did notice in the parish's proposal, the 6-month, I did hear a repeated theme: engineering, study. And that kind of concerns me because that seems to have been done throughout and hasn't worked real well. And I also heard Mr. Ogeron complaining about $35,000 that was going to go to an engineering firm. So you know how expensive all of these proposals would be to to bring in all these different firms. But anyway, I just want to, I support whatever we can do to work together, and I think it's imperative right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Testra. Ms. Teresa Robert.
Good evening. The Ascension Parish Council enabled the irresponsible growth residents are now experiencing in our parish. For decades, the parish continued the development of large density subdivisions without adequate infrastructure to support the growth. This has been destroying our quality of life. Poor drainage, flooding, daily gridlock traffic, and overcrowded schools are all consequences that we pay due to the lack of essential planning and development ordinances and codes needed to protect our community, much less the cost of all of these flooded homes. What are these tragic consequences cost taxpayers? Costs associated with overdevelopment must be considered in a cost-benefit analysis of this bleak situation. How many times has the Planning and Zoning Commission over the years and their engineers promised the drainage built in these new developments would not negatively affect the surrounding area, but would actually improve the current drainage? Time has proved these promises have been wrong. The Ascension Parish P&Z Commission, which is appointed by you, the Parish Council, adopted a new master plan despite citizens' strong opposition 2 years ago. The new plan does not reflect the vision or core values of Ascension citizens. Hundreds of residents participated in the public meetings process held by Center for Planning Excellence and resoundingly rejected their plan, which is to urbanize Ascension Parish that sought to accommodate another 50 to 60,000 people is what they're trying to bring in here, in predominantly developed areas. Citizens consistently expressed their desire for infrastructure first. 2 new residential zoning categories in there that they're proposing in the vision map is 1 residential neighborhood with 8 housings per acre given by the consultant I. Tharp and confirmed by your planning director Jay Fournier. And the second one, neighborhood hubs with about 10 housing units per acre in compact areas mixed with commercial buildings up to 5 stories. The purpose of the vision map was to influence how the parish grows. Residents support the opportunity to reassess the densities used in this new master plan and request that we be included in the process during the moratorium time. While personal property rights are essential, it is the council's responsibility to assure that these rights do not harm others. The continued destruction of our homes and community cannot be tolerated any longer. Citizens do not believe the empty promises and rhetoric, which is lacking sincerity and meaningful content from our elected officials, as demonstrated in verbiage of this proposed 6-month ordinance on tonight's agenda. People are not fooled by added tasks that will accomplish nothing real, but would actually waste valuable time and more tax dollars. We ask each of you councilmen to put your personal differences aside and honor your commitment to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Ascension citizens. Voters ask you to support the proposed 12-month moratorium.
Thank you, Ms. Robert. Thank you, Ms. Robert. Thank you, Ms. Robert. Rhonda McGrick. Okay, so for full disclosure here, Rhonda taught me in high school.
Here. Brigitte Brulette. Yes.
And my daughter.
And your daughter. And him.
Well, you should have done a better job. Hey, I have to ask, was his belt buckles that big back then as well?
Was what?
His belt buckles.
I don't know. Because back then, that was before uniform.
Rhonda, I'm going to allow you a few minutes because we've taken up about 15 seconds of your time.
I'm trying to read this.
You can do it.
I forgot my glasses.
You need mine?
I've lived in this parish since 1957. Mercy buckets. My family and I have lived in the same place since 1957. I have had a ringside seat
on development in the Dutchtown area. I was in high school when the first subdivision was developed off Highway 73. And I remember the police juryman coming to see my dad to see about getting a drainage ditch dug from Dutchtown Acres through the Diaz property, the Schmidt property, the DeVere property. That was all pasture land. And Dad said, sure, because the subdivision was flooding the school. Well, all the property owners had children who lived there, who went to that school. So, of course, they were going to say, okay, that ditch that I could ride my horse through is now, if I stood in the bottom of it, you wouldn't see me. So you can't tell me anything about, nobody can convince me that development has not affected this area. And there's lots of reasons for it happening, but please understand, it took us decades to get here. Solutions won't be easy, and it won't be quick. And I'm doing it again. As Terry, I don't cry. I'm gonna throw things. All I'm asking you to do is try. It's not gonna be easy, and you're not gonna do it in a year. I'll probably be dead before it's taken care of. I mean, I'll be 71 in December. Just stop making it a political football.
Go ahead and continue, Ms. Rhonda. You got about 15 seconds here that we took away from you.
There's no, stop the gaslighting, stop the prevaricating, stop the backstabbing. Meet in the middle. I won't be here to see it, but I hope my grandchildren will.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. Tina Roussel Sargent.
She's gonna run off with my glasses. I do that a lot.
Hi, Tina.
Good evening. Though I appreciate the 3 minutes, I realize that I'm going to have to talk fast. So as I scan this room and I'm seeing all the same deep fears and concerns that I'm feeling from residents of your districts, many who entrusted you to the well-being of our parish and our homes. Sadly, I can only speak witness to the conditions of my home district of Dutchtown, mostly because I don't travel around the area much. I live off of 73 between I-10 and Dutchtown High, and for the large part of the day, the traffic is so horrendous that I look for every excuse not to leave my driveway. Computer-generated traffic studies reveal little of the gravity of the danger encountered here daily. I hold my breath and listen for sirens every time one of my teenage grandchildren leaves for school. God forbid the need for an emergency community evacuation. We would all be trapped in cars in the gridlock. Continuing to add to the existing congestion is a recipe for disaster that no resident should have willfully and neglectfully brought upon them. The other danger of continued development is the health issues associated with the drainage and standing water. On a topographical map, our 4-generation property is on an area considered the Arkansas Ridge, the high opposing side of our flood-weary friends of the Bluff Road area. Our side is not, or let's say wasn't, considered flood zone for as long as I can remember, and quite possibly the highest in the parish. There was a time, point A, in over 60 years of living there, that even the worst hurricane storms and rainfall never entered our minds as a possible flooding threat. Today, we find ourselves in the path of rising drainage, backed up sewers, contemplating whether our previously flood-free property now requires flood insurance. So in what seems like the blink of an eye, we find ourselves at point B, congested and squeezed within dangerous roadways and drainage creeping toward even the higher natural elevations. In the medical field, there's a term, do no harm. I'm not against development as a whole, but not at the expense and hardships of existing residents. Obviously, by the presence here, our district is not alone in our concerns for the lack of balance in development and infrastructure. Existing conditions didn't happen in a year, certainly not 6 months. Considering all the time consumption involved in surveying and studies and implementing, it surely not be corrected in that time. It's not in my nature to beg, yet I'm here respectfully pleading for no more harm.
Thank you very much. Tim Pape, Sr.
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
I just have a little something to say. Moratorium brought before you tonight should definitely be approved for the 12 months period. 6 months is definitely not an adequate amount of time for our parish president and his administration to prepare any proposals to be brought to the table for discussion. The May rains are perfect proof that our infrastructure is by far our biggest problem in this parish, with multiple past decades of negligence due to no drainage maintenance programs. They won't handle any new development. Then, after the 2016 flood, a field ordinance of 3 feet was put into place, which was the biggest backwards move you could have ever made, and still allowed developments to continue. And it cost the citizens of this parish thousands of dollars in landfill. You can't say you didn't see this coming, because you threatened a moratorium on the field because of all of the dirt and it flooding the lower, older homes. We have to focus on infrastructure at hand. Get it back to where it can handle the developments that we are bringing into the parish. The parish is so far behind on infrastructure improvements. You continue to approve more developments, you are absolutely setting us all up to fail. Make the right choice tonight. Give the parish president his 12 months to bring the proposals to the table to get our infrastructure going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nicholas Bayer. Alcee Dunbar.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you all for the chance to speak. I would just really encourage you all and implore you all to consider the 12-month moratorium so that we can do what, it won't be a hard reset, but it'll give us enough time to try to get us in the right spot. I've been here in Ascension Parish all of my life, so have my parents and my grandparents, and I've never seen the type of the things that I've seen in the last 10 years have disturbed me. I sold a house in Sorrento because from 2009 to 2012, I got tired of fighting water, and I was fortunate enough to sell that home, and now it has come to the northern part of the parish off of Bluff Road and other parts of the parish. So I support the moratorium so that we can form a plan for this parish to grow responsibly and not have any more flooding the way that we have. Thanks.
Thank you, Elsie. Debbie Vickers.
Some of you will remember me from a few years ago when I came before you, and we did ask, 2.5 years ago, ask for a moratorium then. So I first want to be clear to all builders, this isn't against you. We've asked and asked, and to the gentleman who made the remark about that the people in red were more respectful, please understand that 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, people out here were begging this body to give a moratorium because problems were already happening. And they're just frustrated. People are very frustrated. And I've tried to explain that, and apparently I didn't do it very well. I told my husband I can't say any better, truthfully, than what you've already heard. They've laid it out. And I am here in support of the moratorium. And I do agree we need it for 12 months because I believe the builders would help maybe push people along to get the drainages done, to take care of that. And it's needed. I think you all know it's needed, and it isn't all just the builder's fault because we've been here before asking and, asking you to do this. And you refused, the council refused, told us no, and went right along with the plan. You need green spaces, just so the builders know and everybody, green spaces. I'd like to know where the watershed properties in the parish of Ascension are located. That would help us. What is the weekly, monthly, or yearly maintenance schedule for cleaning, mowing the ditches, dredging the waterways? I would like a schedule of that. And then what is the effect, the cost? They've talked a lot about cost on the insurance to the older established homes. I don't live in one of the newer homes. I live in one that's been here 25 years. I do not live in a floodplain. But like everybody else out here, I'm getting very worried as the water creeps up closer and closer and closer. It's incumbent upon all you. The builders just simply come and ask you to approve things. So it's on you, and that's what we're asking for. Y'all, you serve the people. You serve the people. Look at them. They're asking you to do your job, and your job is to protect what the assets are that we have. And I'm sure the builders will help you with, and we'll all get together and have a great master plan for this parish of Ascension. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Brand.
I'm not great with public speaking, and this is a little intimidating, but that's cool.
Absolutely. I understand. I'm not either. Do it. You can do
thank
it.
you for your time today. I am here as a resident and constituent of Ascension Parish to support the moratorium as presented to you for 12 months. I would like to start by saying we are 17 days, still 17, into hurricane season, and there is still a bayou running through my neighborhood that is still so swollen it is breaching the banks to form its own self-made pond near my home. This is with the few feet it has slightly reduced since the large rain event last month. We are not the only area that is still retaining water like this. This is a crisis waiting to further happen as more rain is coming with the hurricane season. As you can likely see on many faces in the room, this is a very thorough concern throughout everyone. I do not in any way want anyone's livelihood to be affected by this. However, as the child of a very hardworking construction worker who has also laid sheetrock in many homes, I also know that the construction industry also has increased when homes are flooded and homes have to be gutted and rebuilt. I'm not saying that anybody in this room is wanting anybody else's house to flood. This is a parish of good people and hardworking people, and I truly believe that. Is it fair to blame a single industry for the problems? Absolutely not. There are also complaints of appropriate avenues of drainage not being maintained, which is also contributing to the problems. Does anyone today have the in-depth data to provide a plan to the clearest way to maintain progressive growth of the parish while reducing harm to the residents? It does not seem so. That is the reason to enact a moratorium on new building, which we cannot rule out that this would be a further exacerbating factor for flooding as the current standards of drainage are being applied. I work in the medical field, and I will say if a person is hemorrhaging, you tourniquet the hemorrhage. You slow down the flow of blood to clear the field to view and further assess the correct way to address the actual origin of the problem without just applying Band-Aids and adding further confounding factors. New construction is the confounding factor here. Use the moratorium. Slow the bleed, thoroughly evaluate the infrastructure, fix it, don't just plan to, don't add it to a contingency, so you can have greater success with development throughout the parish in ways that benefit all of your residents. Really quickly, I live in a new development. It had a drainage plan. We retained significant water and flooded. The drainage plan failed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Bordelon. Yes.
Do I hit button?
I'm not familiar. There you go.
Okay. So thank you. My name's Jason Bordelon. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to speak. I live in Belle Savon. I'm a neighbor of Alicia, and this was our neighborhood May 17th. We are part of the problem. We moved into a new subdivision, and what happened down the road, was even worse. Those people flooded. But this is a brand new subdivision. Like Alicia said, it had a drainage plan. Drainage plan's not working. Right through our neighborhood runs Johnson's Bayou. This overflowed, and this was getting close to getting into people's house. Fortunately, none of my neighbors flooded, but we did lose a couple of cars, things like that. We had neighbors that had to park at the library, get bussed in. So this is a brand new neighborhood with brand new drainage ditches. It's not like, something that's been sitting there for 30 years that hadn't been tended to. So I support the moratorium because it's the best plan on the table right now. If somebody has a better plan, please say so. But as of right now, that's why I support the moratorium. Traffic in Dutchtown is horrendous. I texted you the other day, Ms. Casso, just to, voice my concern. Come to Dutchtown, just stand on the side of the road at 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's absolutely horrible. And somebody spoke about getting on 73 in the morning for kids going to school. So our kids in the Belle Savon neighborhood walk to school. They have to walk on the side of the road because there are no sidewalks, because there's no infrastructure, there's no planning for that. And so people go down the middle of the road, they go down the shoulder of the road. And so I just think that, we need to come up with better plans, for the parish before we start doing anything else. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shelby Ballard. Hi, Shelby.
I appreciate the time to come here and speak to the council for a minute. And I'd like to commend the president for the action that he's got going on. I've been able to experience it just today, the floodgates. I live on Bayou Boudin off of Cornerview. I'm here in support of the moratorium. I think that we need to slow things down. 6 months, in my opinion, is just not long enough. The council needs to set aside any of its political agendas that it might think more of the residents of the parish. You got people in this parish that are very hurt right now. They're suffering and really in bad shape. And the more we sit here and discuss this, the more the opportunity we going to have in the very near future for these people to be in more danger and more hurt. I say we vote for the moratorium for a year, then we solve the flooding problems, the infrastructure problems we have, and then we go forward with a well-planned development program for this parish with infrastructure, drainage, and the likes that will help this parish. I moved out of the state for a while, and I joke about it that the pothole that I hit when I left the parish, I hit it when I came home. And I would like to see some more infrastructure. If you don't think that we need some real development in infrastructure of roadways, drive down the Plessis Road behind St. John Baptist Church and try to pass a school bus at the same time it's coming. It's just there. I say we vote for the moratorium, fix our infrastructure, and then go forward with the development. I'm all for development. I just ask that you please vote wisely when you consider this. Thank you, and you'll have a good evening.
Thank you. Sam Baker. Hi, Mr. Baker.
Again.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you all for allowing us to come. You know, this football's been kicked around for years. It's in your hands now, you know, but 30 years ago, it was kicked around. And you know, what we have here today, had we to taken charge and did what we were supposed to do back then, we wouldn't be in here today with the problems that we have. I know because I have to watch my neighbors flood. And the watershed that they used to have, it's gone. It's all built up now. You know, so where's the water going? You know, I support what the parish president, Mr. Clinton, is on this moratorium, to whereas we need to stop and we need to fix the problem. We know there's a problem because nobody flooded all before, but now everybody's flooding. So, you know, we don't need to be out here throwing balls at somebody saying that's your fault, my fault, or whatever. It does not matter. The fact is that you're representing us, and it's your responsibility to make sure that all of these things are taken care of, you know, and we have to sit down around a table of understanding and respect for one another and come up with a solution to why we can fix it. You know, let's face it, we're Americans, and this is an American job. We don't back up from anything or anybody. Whatever the problem is, we get together and we fix it, and then we move on. That's what makes us the country that we are. We are proud Americans. We are proud Ascension Parish residents, and I don't want to see anything happen. You know, if we don't do nothing, then what we're going to have in the future is going to be worse than what we have right now. People can't afford to pay for flood insurance. Flood insurance is going up. You know, it's fact. That's what's happening. And if you keep flooding, then the feds say they want to go ahead and buy you a house, and then you got to move somewhere else. And people have lived here all their life. You know, it's time for us to have compassion and understanding. Is that blanking for I'm finished?
What was that?
Okay,
Two.
we're there.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Joe, that's cute. Joy Fonseca.
I have some prepared comments that I wanted to share with you, but I've learned some things since I got here tonight. And the thing I learned is that there are going to be some builders who would be hurt by this. And although I'm a resident and right now I'm surrounded by water, I feel for these people. My grandparents lived all of their lives in Ascension Parish. My dad would have too, except he couldn't find a job, so he had to move. But his heart was here. And all of my life I came here. I remember when Bluff Road was a rock road, and my cousin and I used to ride her horse down Bluff Road, up Seabro, to the little corner store that was there. I have wonderful memories of what we called the country. We came out here. I hate that it's changing, but I know it's gonna. And I feel for the people, especially the small businesses who are gonna lose their livelihood if this moratorium goes through. But I do feel like it's the right thing to do. And here's my prepared remarks. After watching last week's planning meeting, it looks like developers are looking for the fine print in the rules to get their projects passed. Not a criticism, it's the way business is done. From what I could tell, the council writes the guidelines, and it's the guidelines that are allowing developers to inundate our parish with developments that negatively impact the citizens. Seems to me that the development guidelines and policies of Ascension Parish need to be updated. They may have been written when development was needed in the parish, but now development is actually a danger to the citizens until the infrastructure can be improved. I attempted to look at the president's proposal, and I attempted to look at the council's proposal. I'm not a lawyer. I don't speak legalese, and after the word whereas, I stopped reading. I was lost. I couldn't understand it. But what I did understand was that there are a lot of points that each of you are trying to get accomplished with. And I can't even tell you if what you were talking about was the same thing. I just don't have that kind of knowledge. But I do know that there's a lot of stuff to do. And the first time I heard about this moratorium was in April. It's June, and you're getting to the vote now. That's 6 weeks at the least. How can 6 months accomplish all of the points that you've been asking, that you have in your proposal and you have in your proposal? It's not going to happen. 4 months into the proposal, into the time frame, you're going to be here trying to vote on an extension because it's not going to happen. The moratorium needs to be for a year. And maybe it doesn't have to be a complete moratorium. Maybe the small builders who
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Ms. Joy. Barry Marchand. There wasn't a check, so we didn't want to miss somebody. Charlie Stevens.
You know, when I was leaving home this afternoon, and my daughter said, "Daddy, where you going?" I said, "I'm going to this meeting." She said, "Daddy, you 84 years old." And I replied, I said, "Well, if I'm 84, I don't have to act like a soda cracker playing hooky from the graveyard. So I'm here." I want to say tonight, I love Ascension Parish. What this parish has done for me, and what this parish has done for my 2 children, I would be stupid to say I don't love Ascension Parish. We have a quality educational system, and we've had it for quite some time. I refuse to believe that we do not have product from that system that don't have the mental gymnastics to solve all of our problems. A few nights ago, I was in a meeting with 14 of us, And we were talking about the same problem that we have spoken about tonight. But you know what? In that meeting, we had 10 people that were believers. I am a believer. I know, I'm a witness that prayer changes condition. Prayer changes condition. He was very motivating, and I guess my little sugar went up. I kind of got excited. I went home, I got my pencil, and I got my paper. And I started writing down the name of the ministers, all of the prayer groups, and I've been calling. And I want you to know it has been very motivating. I'm not going to stop calling because I believe that prayers change condition. And I had to pray for Livingston, East Baton Rouge, and Ivyville. How can I go to Jesus praying for Ascension with the water, and I'm leaving all these other people in the other parish out? All right, so I'm going to continue to call. Now, I'm saying we need to pray for our leaders. You all are not perfect. That's why God put an eraser on a pencil. But he said in his word, your ways can be made perfect.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stevens. Denise Drago.
I don't know.
You want to take a break?
That was good. It's Debbie.
Can I put my picture up there before my time starts?
It should be.
You should be able to do it. Should work.
Make sure.
I stand before you in support of our parish president, Clint Quintmell, proposed 12-month moratorium. Citizens have come out tonight to encourage you to support your constituents by voting in favor of this ordinance, as written for the 12 months by our parish president. The major drainage problems, flooding, bumper-to-bumper traffic, Ascension residents are experiencing is due to the decades of out-of-control growth, allowed and even supported by elected parish officials. Citizens are tired of stressing out every time there's a hard rain and worrying whether we are going to flood again. We have all had enough. The lack of protective ordinance and code requirements, questionable engineering, produce outcomes, and fake traffic studies have all contributed to what has been the destruction of the dreams and quality of life we once had. Doing nothing is not an option. Setting up a moratorium without the needed time to fully access, solve, implement appropriate parish ordinances to accomplish responsible growth would be setting this moratorium up for failure, thereby continued destruction of our parish. Citizens will not be fooled into believing that a shorter time period would accomplish the same thing. Please take your duty to protect the health, safety, and welfare of citizens seriously. Vote yes to Parish President Quintmell's 12-month moratorium before you tonight. I really feel that what my picture shows is how they build up subdivisions, and builders are following codes. They build up and they're all high and dry. Your neighbor's land that had maybe a little wet yard is like a pond. This is happening over and over and over. We have had record rains, but it's happening more and more. And they built up whole subdivisions, so it's like little dams all over. The drainage engineers, supposedly they give us the paper and says it's not going to change anything, but it is. So we need to do better. We need to do better for the Ascension Parish. And I'm angry that Iberville can give 12 months for their residents, but we can't. I feel shortchanged, and I don't understand. If it takes 9 months, it takes 9 months, but let's start.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drago.
Thank you.
Brenda Whitney.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Most of you know me from what's going on in Ascension Parish. I happen to be the admin for that page, and I see the frustration on my page, post after post after post after post. Comments, many of which I have to delete because they're inappropriate, because people are frustrated. The pictures that I put before you, I don't know if you could see that. This is pictures that Jace Tomplay did via a drone. This is currently what Ridge Road looks like. This is unacceptable. I'm here to show the support for the 12-month moratorium as proposed by President Quintmall. The irresponsible growth we have experienced in this parish over the last several years is crippling our parish and surrounding parishes. Everyone who lives on the east side of the river is a victim due to the lack of concern from our Planning and Zoning Commission and our parish council. Not necessarily you guys, but the ones that preceded you. It's time that you, the council, work for all of Ascension and not a select few. I have dear friends who live on Ridge Road and have lived there many years. Until 2016, they had never flooded. On May 10th, my friend posted on social media standing water on her property from a recent rain event. Here we are 39 days later. The water's still there and much more. Additional rains caused them to evacuate. Water eventually took over their home. They were able to get in and gut the property. If you need proof that irresponsible growth has consequences, take a ride on the ridge. Visit with the residents, many born and raised in Ascension. Again, these people never flooded before 2016. So what changed? What happened? I'm sure if you put the 12-month moratorium to the people of Ascension for a vote, it would pass by a landslide. If you all were not in those chairs and you were in these seats out here with us, ask yourself, how would you feel? Does it take you longer to get to the interstate every day when you leave for work than it does to get to downtown Baton Rouge once you're on I-10? Are your children on hot school buses for a couple hours every day because of the traffic and have to sit on those buses for hours? Are you worried every time the meteorologist says 2 or more inches of rain are predicted, knowing your street and possibly your house may flood? Those are just a few of the issues currently faced by thousands of our residents. These are things that need to be fixed before we add any more homes or developments to the area. The building industry will not suffer in 12 months. The thousands of homes and developments previously approved will be more than enough to keep them busy, not to mention, as people said, the ones they'll have to repair from the flooding. So please vote yes for the 12-month moratorium.
Thank you so much. Charla Johnson. Hi, Charla.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and Council. First, I'd like to thank my council member, Joel Robert, I'm in District 2, and President Quintmall, who have been both responsive and empathetic for the challenges that we have experienced in our area in District 2, specifically Hodgson Road. I came to Ascension as a young bride of 20, so I've been here actually 35 years in the home my husband and I built in 1986. We did not have the same challenges that we are experiencing today. As we want to retire and age well into our home and stay in Ascension Parish, we think about the new challenges that we will have to navigate. My road, Hodgson Road, is now on the top 5 list of road closures, not with a significant rain event, just a rain event. I too worry and look at the weather report to find out how I'm going to be impacted. My home is never flooded. I've been blessed and fortunate with that. However, Hodgson Road floods. Take a canoe to get out in certain situations. I'm a healthcare worker, so I really appreciated Felicia's analogy about the tourniquet on a hemorrhage, because that's what has to happen. I'm sympathetic to our builders and understand that. But I also understand the challenges that our residents are facing, and we have to do something. Now, studying things to death, we're famous for that in Ascension Parish. We have to do the right studies, but we have to apply the things that our studies are telling us. I am in support of the up to 12-month moratorium that President Quintmall has produced. And I want to make sure everyone knows this. President Quintmall, I trust you. I have been at numerous council members. This is what I do, right? For years and years and years. I've watched you stand shoulder to shoulder to residents. You understand land. That's what you do. And you also love Ascension Parish. And I've watched you over this last year committed to making a difference. This group, you've got to earn that trust. We need you to vote for the moratorium. We need significant change, but we can't just have a moratorium. We've got to do the things. Thank you all for voting on the mega infrastructure piece. We need the equipment, we need the labor to dig out Conway. That subdivision Conway, I don't know how that's going to continue to impact me, but it will, because that's where the water sheds. Things get to me faster, that's the problem. It gets to me fast and it can't get out. That's what a lot of people are seeing with all these flash flood changes. So I'm going to ask, let us be able to trust you, make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Kim Christie. Hi. Good evening.
It is not only time that the citizens of Ascension Parish have our voices heard, it is time for elected officials to govern according to our concerns. For years, the development community exploited the lack of enforcement of our land development code. I will give you examples. The Unified Land Development Code has specifications for stormwater management, and for years, developers have exploited the lack of enforcement. They are well aware that silting waterways is prohibited from construction sites. But not only did they not use silt fences, they pumped silt from retention ponds into our waterways. And I have a photograph of one of those pumps. That's the pump, pumping water, silted water into Muddy Creek. I have another one. That's a pump, pumping silted water into a private lake, Willow Lake. Why does it matter? It creates silt into our ditches, canals. Maybe that's why we have to dredge New River today. In 2019, during the revision of our field ordinance, the engineering community was dishonest and said we currently utilize zero net fill. This was and is not true. Once exposed and after spending in the neighborhood of $35,000 to an engineering firm to mediate a meeting, it was decided that no engineer should be asked to risk their license by signing off on the dishonesty. Therefore, based on historical conduct of engineers advising the council, I favor retaining subject matter experts. It was well known that the Willow Lake community had drainage problems. The Oak Grove townhome developer has an emergency spillway. I have another photograph. This right here is a spillway into Willow Lake. And it's called emergency. Directly adjacent to that spillway is people's back door. Logically, if the detention pond is in distress from heavy rain, then the lake will be in distress from the same heavy rain. The new residents are free from concern of flooding, and they send their flood water to someone else's back door. It's time for our elected officials.
Thank you so much. Ms. Bridget Roulette.
Hey, y'all. First, thank y'all, and we're late, so I appreciate y'all being willing to stay here so late and listen to everybody. First off, I'm tired of hearing about unprecedented rain. I'm going to be 59 in September, and let me tell you what, it rains all the time in Louisiana because we're a tropical state. Imagine that. We're tropical. We rain. This is not unprecedented. What I'm tired of is seeing my friends who have PTSD because every time it does rain, regardless of the length of time, it's backing up into their yard and their houses. And what's the point of a retention pond if they fill it up and make it all pretty? If it's already got water, no water can run to that retention pond. It needs to be a dirt pit until water needs to run into it. As far as the builders are concerned, I understand. My daddy owned Roulette's floor covering for 35 years. We went bankrupt due to a loss of contractors from 30 to 10 contractors in 2 months. It hurts. But it's not like that affected the whole state. This only affects this parish. There's over 2,000 houses that are going to be built, and it's a 3-year time frame. If you are not in that 2,000, go to Baton Rouge, start selling houses. Go to Livingston Parish, start selling houses. And let me tell you what, I was in St. Francisville this weekend. It was fabulous. Do you know they don't have a Walmart? Oh my God, it was fabulous. It was a country community like we used to be. The only thing, you need to look at the Facebook page, and you need to see how many old people who have grew up here are leaving. And the only people who are coming are people who don't know our conditions, and they're coming here for our schools. But once they're here for a while and their house threatens to flood, they're going to be gone too. And the housing market is fabulous. People are paying $20,000 right now in Conway. You can't even get a price on a house right now because they have to adjust it to the price of lumber and sheetrock because there's not going to be any. In about a couple of weeks, there's going to be a 6-month backlog on windows. You will not be able to get a window for 6 months. So don't tell me that there's not building that's happening. Prices are going up, and the contractors are adjusting their prices accordingly. Okay? But this building, and here's an idea. Don't approve a subdivision on property that has palmettos. And as a developer, don't buy it. Do you know what palmetto is? It's a swamp plant. It requires water. How many times have you ever seen a palmetto dead from a lack of water? They don't die. You have to burn them with diesel to kill them.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, come on, folks. Please, it's getting late. Isaac Ike Jackson.
Oh, I'm going to try to be brief. I don't really like being here. I don't. But I'm going to say this, okay? I asked the parish president a question yesterday on Jim Inkster's radio show. The answer to that question showed me that that is a brilliant man. This is a new parish president, and he's not trying to kick the rope. He's trying to tackle the problem. We need to give him the leeway that's necessary, people. I've been here 30-something years, too. I never flooded, okay? But in that 2016 flood, I lost over $40,000 worth of medicine. And let me tell you, I had flood insurance. I had contents and structure, okay? But I lost a lot of money that I have never recovered. Now, it's ironic to me that we are here right now, meeting at almost 11 o'clock, and less than 36 hours from now, we might be in a flood. Now, we are trying to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Look, I'm going to say this. That lady right there, Teresa Robert, one of the first people that I met when I came to this city, okay? Y'all don't know the gratitude that lady is owed. She saved this parish once before. Y'all might not know the history. I do, okay? I love construction. Look, right now, we need to pause. We need to give this man and his plan time to work, okay? Now, I want to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give to him. If you'll take it, please. I don't plan on spending any more money out of my own personal pocket doing things that you should be doing, okay? Now, I'm going to give him this, and I'm for him right now. But there's something else coming up behind this. I may not be for him then. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank
Parish
you.
Council. God
Thank
bless
you.
y'all.
Thank you, sir. Aaron Chasson.
Thought I had to go up there.
Thank y'all. I know you have a tough job. Y'all know I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I fully feel your pain, and I know what you're going through. And I really debated whether I should even get up here and speak today, but a few minutes ago, I decided that I really needed to. First off, I just do want to set the record straight. Baton Rouge Business Report noted today that Ascension Parish was voting on a building moratorium. This is not a building moratorium. It's a moratorium on the subdivision of property. And that's what y'all are voting on today. And it's a very important distinction because building is not going to stop during the 6 months, 12 months of this moratorium if you approve it. But what it will allow us to do is pause approving new developments while it gives us time to, or gives you time to examine our codes and ordinances, find the problems, and as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the last 6 years, I can tell you there are problems. I've actually sat down with Jerome and some of the other members of the staff one long morning, went through a whole bunch of issues I noted in the code. We came up with some proposed suggestions. We had, at one of our meetings, we actually voted and approved a bunch of them. I don't think they ever made it to the council. I don't think y'all ever voted on them. So, as far as I'm aware anyway. So, what needs to happen is we need this as a pause so that when the new developments come in after we change the ordinances, those can be approved under new stricter standards that take into account the issues that we have, traffic, drainage, etc. If your boat's sinking, you stop putting people in the boat long enough to fix the hole. And that's where we are right now. We need to stop putting people in the boat. Let's fix the hole, and then we can invite all the people into the boat that we can. As far as 6 months versus 12 months, I don't think 6 months is enough to do what needs to be done. I think you do a 12-month. If you can accomplish your goals in less than 12, you have the power to come in and end the moratorium early once all the goals are met. And so I think that's probably the better solution, and having the 12-month deadline in place, I think will push harder to try to get it accomplished before then. The other thing is, I know the other big debate been going on is, do you use the experts or national subject matter experts or local engineers? Interesting, we had a subdivision come before us last week where a local engineer said Highway 73 was a E in 2018 and in 2020 was a C. In my opinion, when you make that statement, you lose all credibility to me, because anybody, and our own parish experts said that's not the case. And so I think let's take those people out of the process. Let's bring in national subject matter experts who understand the issues. One guy in the red shirt actually said...
Thank you so much, Mr. Chasson. Bertel Cook. So I'm going to run through these names one more time just in case somebody got skipped. The gentleman whose name starts with an E, that we can't figure out who you are. If you want to speak, please come forward. James Brooks, Dubby Johnson, Darrell Morrissey, Nicholas Bayer. We are going to take, I'm going to recess for a few minutes because I've got a menopausal bladder that can't go anymore. So. TMI. I know, TMI. But I'll bet there's some women out there feeling the same way.
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Second.
Thank you. in the other room, and my hearing isn't what it used to be.
Motion to reconvene.
I have a motion by Councilman Melanson, a second by Councilman Cagnolati to reconvene.
Can we reconvene without Travis?
He'll be back.
It's like the Terminator.
He was finishing his cookie.
Wait, there weren't any cookies back there when I went back like half an hour
I hid
ago.
mine. There was one cookie back there, and I had hidden it.
You don't get this size missing cookies, I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. Thank you all so much. I want to apologize once again. We missed a card. We've got it delivered to us. We have, so I'm going to allow one more speaker in order to get that out of the way. John Grady Melanson. Good evening.
I'm a lifelong resident of Ascension Parish. Back in 1981, I was on Law Ridge Levee sandbagging for 5 days to protect the people inside the AC flood area. As of then, that was the incubation period and the start for Marvin Borough Pumping Station. I was on the jury back then with Elman Babin and Frank Frederick. Got that built. Later on, my family donated the property to the Sorrento Pumping Station. That was a really big move for us to do that. In 2016, we flooded. This is 39 inches. This is Marvin Borough Levee, Severio Canal, and the watershed on the backside was 39 inches difference in the water. I gave that information to the previous administration. I gave it to the existing administration. I haven't heard from them since then to see about doing anything with it. You know, to just sit back and say a timeout is not going to solve our problem. We spent $6 million to HNTB to study the flood situation, and we haven't implemented any of that. The timeout you're talking about is going to affect engineering companies, surveyors, lawyers, truckers, mortgage companies, dirt pits, bankers, concrete companies, lumber companies, plumbers, electricians, steel suppliers, roofers, insulators, cabinets, marble and tile companies, termite companies, insurance companies, mirrors and glass people, and over 100 people that do inspection for the parish. The state is in the process of redoing their tax base so that they can induce and entice businesses to locate in Louisiana. And here we are talking about getting rid of rooftops. That's not the solution. The solution is to take action and to get things moving in the right direction to try to solve our drainage problem. We have all the information to do it. We've been studying this for 81. Marvin Borough was built in 88. Sorrento was built. Since 1991, $91 million have been transferred out of East Ascension Drainage Fund to do other things. If we'd have used that money to do our drainage, we might have some of these issues solved. To give you an idea of what 780 homes bring in to the parish, over a 10-year period, $925 million in economic.
Thank you, Mr. Melanson. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, your time's up. You weren't looking down, and they did away with I lost my little timer too, so I'm terribly sorry. Thank you. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to spend a lot of time looking at Allison because we have some parliamentary procedure that we have to do to be able to vote appropriately and to have debate appropriately. And so I'll ask that all of you be patient with me. I've not had to do that before. And so I'm going to ask the indulgence of the members of this council. I'm also going to encourage you to have comment and to do so the same way we talk about the public, respectfully, certainly of each other and our differences of opinion. And I think that we have a lot of common ground that we all feel together with the parish president. So at this point, Miss Allison, tell me what I'm supposed to do.
At this point, we have two versions.
Correct.
The council has the choice to make amendments on the proposal coming from the parish president. They may or may not seek to make amendments. Then at the next, they can make amendments to the parish ordinance that was also read tonight. They don't have to make amendments, but they could. After they do that, they will choose which version they want to take up. After they do that, they can discuss it and ultimately make a vote. They will vote on that final decision.
Thank you, ma'am. You can say that more than one time. So we'll probably need to be reminded.
It's hard to say, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so at this point, tell me again, because now I'm at the end. Go back to the beginning.
There's the two proposed ordinances. We might even think of them as A and B.
And B.
And so they have the opportunity, if they wish, to propose amendments. It's called perfecting.
Got it.
They have.
I'm there. Okay. Thank you very much. So are there any amendments to item A that anyone would like to make? Which one is A? A is the parish president's version. That is the original version or the no. A is the other version. Right. Correct? Yeah. Allison's going to work that out for us. Thank you.
What we did earlier tonight is there was a substitution of what the parish president submitted. We did read all three because of notice requirements, but all we're talking about now is the latest from the parish president and then the one from the council.
Thank you. I thought that's where we were, but I think we all need to be reminded. Does the council wish to amend the parish president's version? That one is resolved. Does the council wish to amend its own version? Pardon? Ms. Allison?
Okay, I'm having trouble with this button. Now the chair will ask, do they wish to substitute the council's version for the parish president's version?
Okay.
And if they vote no, the parish president's version is the one that will be considered. If they vote yes, the council's version will be the one that's considered.
Madam Chair, we have a question.
Yes, absolutely. We'll get there. Let me see who. Chase Melanson. Mr. Melanson. Did you have a question?
Yeah, but you can hit my button.
Gotcha.
So is now the time to make a motion on one of the two?
I think we have an amendment.
Oh, okay. Nobody said anything about the two amendments.
Right.
Okay.
So
I think where we are is the two proposals are up for a decision on whether the second one will be the substitute.
I think we hadn't gotten to the amendment yet. I think we said it, but I think Aaron has demonstrated that he would like to make it. He hit the button and I didn't see it.
Okay.
So he called out.
Okay.
All right. So, and look, guys, if you need to make an amendment or motion, speak up. I can hear you, and we'll repeat once we get the thing on. So we're at the amendment stage. We had no amendments to the item A. We have Mr. Lawler who wants to amend item B.
Administration has a question.
Sure.
Point of order. So, was the council's plan on the agenda? I mean, I don't understand why we get to pick which one. Ours was on the agenda, and it should be heard first, in our opinion. And then if it does not pass, then we should hear the council's.
I'm not hearing, can that be stated louder?
Yes.
So our ordinance was on the agenda, right? So in our view, the way we thought this was going to happen was we were going to hear ours first, have an up or down vote, and then we would hear the council's. Why is it an either or on two instruments?
Hold up. Yes, Alice.
So I think I understand. And the answer is that the substitute is a type of amendment. So there was a noticed proposal given, which is fine. There's also a noticed proposal to make an amendment by substitution. So they both are covered. It's allowed under parliamentary procedure to make amendments to motions, and one of the ways is by substitute. So it cannot be required that the first one has to be, you cannot require that it has to be voted up or voted down. Make a motion.
Hold up, Mr. President.
Yes. So I'm just going to read what we were requesting so that I can just repeat it one more time.
Mr. President, if I can, I hate to interrupt you, but this is going to be done by parliamentary procedure.
And I just want to read this so that she can tell us if this is possible or not.
Sure.
Adopt the proposed amendments to my original ordinance that were added based on the council's recommendation. I would like to discuss and debate the title document revised in its entirety. After a full discussion and debate, I would like an up or down vote on my proposal. If my proposal is not successful, the council, of course, has the authority to take up their proposal. That is my request to this council.
And we appreciate that, sir, but we're going to do this by parliamentary procedure. And that's why Allison is here. So, Allison, we're back to, we have an amendment that's going to be proposed to item B, the council's document. Unless you have a different approach based on the president's comments.
Exactly what the chair just stated. We do go now to the amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawler.
It's really just a minor amendment. There seems to be some concern over the term engineering firm versus subject matter expert, I think it is. Yeah, subject matter expert. John Diaz, that's a good one. That's you there. It's really just a euphemism, in my opinion. So I would substitute, I'd be willing to amend to make it say engineering firm / subject matter expert. That way it encompasses
Are you amending our
both.
ordinance or your ordinance?
We are amending our own at the moment.
Okay, so, but we haven't decided which one we're going to hear.
And we
so how can
don't.
we start?
We're good.
We amend
It is
first
correct that you amend first. It is correct, yes.
in this substitute motion situation.
So in each situation where the term engineering firm is used, it would then say / subject matter expert. That's all.
All right, any other amendments? Okay, then, do I have somebody that wants to speak? Dow Wagaspack, I'm sorry. Joel, I'll get to you in just a second, I apologize.
Yeah, so I would like to further amend our version to 9 months.
Oh, do we need a second for these things?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
So I can go back to mine.
So do we need a second and vote on those each?
There really should be a second. If it's adopted by the council by unanimous consent, that's one option. Otherwise, you do need a second and a vote on the amendment.
Okay, so let's go back.
Each one?
Aaron had
Each one, yes, sir.
Aaron had a motion to amend that language. Is there a second? Got a second by Mr. Cagnolati. Are there any objections? Thank you. Mr. Wagasback has an additional amendment.
Yeah, I was making a motion to amend the 6 months to 9 months.
Okay. We have a motion to amend. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Second.
Okay. Got more than one second.
I'll let Chase have it.
Mr. Lawler will give that second to Mr. Melanson. So we have two amendments and Mr. Robert. I'm going to get you.
Yeah, I wanted an opportunity to speak before
Please.
we chose which of the two. I've grown up in Ascension Parish. I've lived here my whole life. Never have I ever wanted to be a politician. Never wanted to run for office. Never wanted to sit up here until about 2 or 3 years ago. I love Ascension Parish. It's a great place to live. And the reason I decided that I needed to run for this and that I needed to sit up here is because my community, Ascension Parish, needs people to stand up for us. My children, not only my children, I want to watch them grow up here, but my grandchildren. Let's move to the next point of the developers. I respect what y'all do. I appreciate y'all working here, without a doubt. Personally, I've grown up in development. I am a developer. That's what I do. I don't do residential. I do commercial, industrial. Did a little residential. But you know what? We don't owe y'all anything. Ascension Parish owes developers nothing. What we do owe is we owe our constituents and our people a peace of mind that we're going to stick up for them, that we're going to stand up for them. Now, back to this development. We're talking about a 12-month moratorium. And I've spoken to several of the developers in here. I'm friends with several of them. And, 12-month moratorium is not going to hurt the development industry. Maybe if it was on development or construction, but it's not. It's on subdividing property. Okay, if you're going to develop anything, and I'm not even talking about a subdivision with 100 lots. If you're going to subdivide a piece of commercial property into 4 parcels, you got to go 6 months, 7 months of engineering. You got to go through the process. You got to go to the different meetings. I mean, you're going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 months before you even get there anyways. Okay, so all of these developers have got projects ongoing. It's not going to take away little Johnny's lunch money from school. It's not going to fire anybody. It's going to give more value to this parish. That brings me to another point that, I feel has been misconstrued. I don't think that this is going to shut down our economy in any way, shape, or fashion. But if we don't do this, and if we continue building without making these plans and without making these ordinances to build and develop correctly, then we'll shut down our economy. Because there will be no value here. Nobody's want to live here. We'll have an overabundance of homes, too much traffic, but that'll be gone soon because people won't live here. Now, the reason Ascension Parish, or one of the reasons we are such a great parish, is because of our location, because of our people, because of our culture. We have got industry all over this river. We're I-10, right here between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. We don't need builders and developers to make our economy move forward. Now, with that said, I mean that out of the utmost respect. I am a developer. I want y'all to work in Ascension Parish, but I'm also asking for a pause here so we can get our things together. So we can actually put a plan together and so that we can move forward with it. I have a little issue with having developers at the table as a stakeholder when we are doing these ordinances. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, it's like asking my children to come, hey, let's go make the rules and punishments for y'all because, no, it's not your job, it's our job. Now, we can ask opinions and we can see what y'all think, but you're not going to be at the stakeholders table as far as I would be concerned because it doesn't make sense. Ethically, it doesn't make sense, in my opinion. I think tonight we need to vote on the 12-month moratorium. I almost want to object to the 9 months just because I don't want the rest of the council to have a chance to say, oh, well, we did 9 months. Because it's not going to work. It's not going to work. But yeah, and I would like to put my objection for that 9-month period.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
And it's not going to be a huge deal. We do want to work with you. And if we do get these things done, let's end it early. But I think we all know we won't. There's no way we're going to get all this done in 6 months. No way. But thank you all for coming out tonight. And I know we can move forward together.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. Allison, Mr. Robert now has an objection to the amendment.
I think if there's an objection to the amendment, we go to a formal vote.
Okay, thank you. So, it's the amendment Is the objection to the amendment to add nine? No. It's just an we're back on I'm trying to afford Mr. Robert the opportunity to object when he did not. So I'm going to give him that opportunity. Mr. Ogeron.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Robert and I agree. Maybe not 100%, but 98.5%.
98.2.
98.2. 98.2. I'll give him that. I listened to what Joel just said, and he's right. I don't know if 6 months is going to cure the problems that we have. I don't know if, and I don't think 12 months is going to cure the problems that we've had. Let's face it, we've been in office now for 17 months, and we're just now getting around to digging out New River to help out Bayou Godin and help out Smith Bayou with the permit that we've had since 2019. The issue here is not whether or not we've got a red-shirted boogeyman in the room. The issue is whether or not we elected a bunch of boogeymen that are in charge of running the day-to-day operations of this parish. There's the problem. We are your legislators. All we can do is put down laws and explain to the administration what we ask of them. And then we're reliant upon an administration that's going to sit on its hands and not do anything for 17 months. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I know Joel and I agree, but like I said, that's why I said 98.2. 98.2%. We agree on the outcome. I don't believe 12 months is going to get it done because we've got a history of 17 months of not getting anything done. You know, and I'm sorry, but those are the facts. Those are the facts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you that...
And I concur with Mr. Robert that when the time comes, I'm going to vote against the 9 months, the 9-month amendment, and because, I look at these two ordinances, and they're a moratorium on subdividing property. That's nothing more than taking a pencil to a map and saying you can no longer do this to your map. That's not addressing the problems. If the president really wanted to do something, he would have told us, stop all construction today. No future construction. No future construction. But that's not what they want. That's not what they want to do. This is not about solving a problem. This is about hiding behind a curtain so that we can avoid admitting that the real problem is the day-to-day operation. That's all there is. That's all it is, the day-to-day operation. Why did we wait 17 months to get this bayou dredged? I don't know. Still waiting for that answer. Because God knows I asked about it last spring. So that's my pontification.
Thank you, Mr. Ogeron. So we're going to open the voting on Mr. Wagasback's amendment of 9 months.
Yes.
And they got this fixed where I can see the totals. The vote is 7-4, so that amendment will pass.
Motion to move the ordinance.
Well, actually, what we have to do here is now we have to decide.
Which ordinance?
I ask you all to think about which ordinance. It is moved and seconded to amend by substituting the language and the amendment. The motion to substitute process proposes that the motion just read be substituted for the pending motion. This is a motion to amend by substituting, which has some very special rules. Both the original and the substitute motion could have and were attempted to be amended, and one was. Following an opportunity to make amendments, the first vote is going to be the vote to substitute. That then the council will consider whichever version and ultimately vote on it. So is there a motion relevant to the substitution?
Yes.
Mr.
Motion, I'm sorry.
Mr. Lawler.
Motion to substitute for the council version, 9-month version.
Thank you. We have a motion to substitute for the 9-month version.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Did we just put forth an ordinance that was not brought by the council?
No, sir.
It's an amendment.
It's an amendment. Just as Mr. President's was an amendment.
I don't think you can call for a point of order.
Yeah. And I don't think you get the point of order. I appreciate that we all try, but that's a council privilege. Okay. Are we still in good
Yes,
shape,
ma'am.
Ms.
Yes,
Allison?
ma'am.
All right. I'll remind everyone, Ms. Allison is an attorney and a parliamentarian, so we're relying on her to walk us through this. We have a motion and a second to substitute the council version as amended. Thank you. And we will now vote on that.
I got a question.
We've got some questions. Hold on. Yes, Mr. Mason. Get right back to you, Mr. Robert.
Mason.
So are we going to get to vote on the parish president version as well, or just this one?
That's what I'd like to do.
This is, Ms. Allison, you tell me.
I'm not advocating anything, but I will say if one wanted the parish president's version, you would vote no on substituting. And that way, the parish president's version would be the version you would ultimately decide tonight. If you want to vote on the council's version, you would vote to substitute.
So if you vote yes right now, we're staying with council version, we vote no, we go to parish president.
Yes. I believe the chair will be asking you,
That's okay.
do you wish to substitute?
And we've done that. And there was.
Well, I don't think they voted on whether they wish to
Right.
substitute.
So you want me to ask that specifically? I'll be happy to. So at this
I want to be
point.
sure there are no more questions,
got a
too.
question.
I'm sorry, Joel, please.
My only question is, I thought we were going to decide between the president and the council's version, in the sense of not whoever puts the first substitute motion out, but let's vote on which one, then vote on it.
Madam Chairman, by saying, do you wish to substitute, you are picking between the alternatives.
And I don't want to do that.
And you would vote no.
Then you would vote no.
You vote no.
Well, that was never what was put ahead. It was we're choosing one or the other. We didn't have that choice.
There's a motion on the floor. There is a proposed substitution, which is a type of amendment. So if you wish to substitute the one from the council that was just amended, you would vote you wish to substitute it. If you don't wish to do it, you would vote no. When we are through with this, the council will they still will vote on the whichever version comes before them. So this is not deciding the whole matter, but it's telling us which version.
Does all the council understand?
Ain't easy being green.
Okay. So,
Let me see if I'm clear. Councilmember Robert, I'm gonna try to clear it up just really quick. This is actually the vote to pick which proposal you want to go with, either parish presidents or the councils.
And go with doesn't mean adopt yet. It
Correct.
means go with for further consideration tonight.
So
That's gonna be the one y'all
vote
gotta.
on this one, then it'll be for the next one, for the president.
I can't hear him.
And that one will be the one y'all will discuss, and I think you can actually amend that if, after discussion, something else wants to be changed.
Okay, well, good.
But I would hope all the amendments have been placed.
yes, I
Okay.
think so. At least all that it seems to be, but if Mr. Robert has something, we'll look at that.
What? I couldn't hear you.
That's okay, I'm sorry. I think we're okay.
I'm not faking, I can't hear.
So-
I can't hear it.
The question now is on the motion to substitute, which was made by Mr. Lawler and seconded by Mr. Cagnolati. Shall the motion to substitute be substituted for the pending motion? Okay. So now we will vote on that. So your yes vote would be that you want to substitute the council's version. Your no vote would mean that you do not, that you want to look at the parish president's version. And we will now vote. And the vote is 7-4. We will now be considering the council's version of the document with the amendment that was attached.
I think we need a motion.
And, yes.
So I'll make that motion to adopt that version.
I'll make a motion to amend that version from 9 months to 12 months. Do I get a second on that, Michael?
Hold up.
It's extremely important that everybody be able to hear.
Yes.
So I think where we are is the council amended their version. The amendments were adopted. Then there was a motion to substitute. So now the motion as amended is before the council for consideration.
And I'll make a motion to amend that motion as amended.
Madam President?
Yeah.
I'm going to recommend that it be allowed to make a motion to amend, just because I think it would be confusing and undemocratic if that weren't allowed.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you so much for that good
And I'd
advice.
like to amend it from 9 months to 12 months.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend again. Come on, hold up. We're trying to get through this, and we want to do it right. So please. So we have a motion to amend to 12 months. A second for that, and you can open the voting, Senator. That motion fails, 8-3. All right. Okay. Now, we will consider the amended version for approval. We need a motion and a second to approve the amended version.
Will there be discussion?
I have.
On
debate whatsoever.
If anybody wants to, we're going to have a motion. I'm going to call for questions. And if anyone has any debate they want to do, that's fine. I have a motion and a second. Mr. Lawson? Do you have a second?
Yeah.
Okay. So a motion and a second. The floor is open for discussion. The floor is open for discussion. Does anybody have anything they want to say? Mr. Mason. Gentlemen, if you'll allow Mr. Mason, please. You're welcome.
So tonight we listened.
Hold
By
on.
my count, I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
I thought it was red. Maybe I'm just seeing things because it's so late, and I apologize. Tonight we listened to 40 people talk that showed up. And by my count, and I went to the bathroom a couple times. I'm sorry, I have a small bladder, and I drank a lot of Diet Coke today. My count was 31 yays for the parish president's version and 9 nays for the parish president's version. My thing, yeah, just please, guys, just hold it, please. My thing is everybody has said this over and over again tonight, and it's nothing we don't know. We all know why we're here. We all know why we were put here, and it was to listen to the people. We are representatives of the people, and I've always kind of felt that way since January of 2020 when we got inaugurated. So that's why I was with Councilman Robert on the 12 months or the not to exceed 12 months, because that's what the people want, and that's all we can do. I mean, we know what we know, and they know what they know, but we're doing everything that we can. And I feel like if we I know 9 months is better than 6 months, and I appreciate that, but I feel like if we do less than 12 months, that we are letting the people down. That's my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Now, I will remind everyone that at the end of 9 months, the president can come back to us, ask for an extension if he would need it. So that's not a problem. Mr. President,
All right. So I just want the public to understand what we're talking about here. And I'm going to talk directly to you. We just approved a $3 million study for H&TB, $3 million to do a floodplain management plan, just that. It took them 24 months. I, at the last meeting, expressed to them it needed to be 18. It is going to be breakneck speed to do it in 12. The plan is to have submitted to the council in month 7 after going out and getting experts around the country in order to do this in 6 months. We have already, the administration has already written the RFQ. It is 90% complete. It's the only reason I haven't released it because it's not 100%. 6 months, 9 months, it will be a failure. A failure. It will do nothing to help any one of you, period.
That's right.
And I just want to make sure, yes,
Please.
please. I just want to make sure everybody knows, okay? I know. I don't want to be associated with failure. If this is going to be the council's plan, then it's on the council to do it. I will not, and that's why I asked for a vote of mine, up or down. Because when I set myself to do something, I'm going to achieve it. And I'm telling you the time frame I need to achieve it. And it is 12 months or less. If the council wants to make it 9, then they can take what we give them and they can vote it in and change it and end it at 9. But I need the time to do it right, or I'm not going to do it at all, because you lose in the end. You do. And I will not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Quinlan.
That's my comments.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your comments, sir. We have, look, we're going to recess. We're going to recess if it's necessary, and I promise you we will. So let's remain civil. Everybody up here has been respectful. We hope that you will be too. And we have a motion, a second, an objection, and we will open the voting. Am I right, Allison? We're in the right place? Okay, thank you. This is to approve the plan as amended to 9 months. Yes. The tally is 9 yeas and 2 nays. That motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
The motion and a second to adjourn.